The food session is starting in 5 minutes on the first floor. Please make your way down. Thank you.
started? Yeah. All right. All right, everyone. If everyone wants to take a seat, we can go ahead and get started. Some of us are having an extended lunch. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss the intro for this, but that's their loss. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the food programming session. So my name is Brian Tetrud. I'm the Global Director of the Food Program here at Plug and Play. To get started, we want to share some highlights from our last expo and also to wake you up.
We have some of the most significant underlying change in our industry since probably about 100 years ago.
Innovation is driving growth in the food industry.
This is literally the industry that sustains all of us.
The experience working with Plug and Play has been tremendous.
The energy here is not really describable because you have to be here to live it.
There's never been a more exciting time for innovation. You could essentially outsource your external innovation to Plug and Play.
The event is fantastic. It's a way where we really can connect people from different backgrounds, different places, where you get insights in each single conversation that you have.
Plug and Play is really unique as an accelerator because of the wide variety of companies that are interesting to a company like the Coca-Cola Company.
The startups are getting better every batch that we see, really diving into the areas that we're looking for.
We really love working with Plug and Play because of the quality and quantity of startups that we get to see, as well as an opportunity to engage with other corporate partners around how to drive innovation, particularly how to work externally in a broader way.
From both sides, the portfolio of corporates and startups are so vast. It's an incredible high-energy environment.
My co-founder and I both have been absolutely thrilled with Plug and Play. An absolute incredible diversity in technology.
We've had real business come out of this. We've talked to Coke, Pepsi, Colgate. We're signing agreements and we're moving forward.
The curation of the companies that come to us is excellent. It's seeing the best in class that the startups are doing here and seeing how creatively we can incorporate that within our separate lines of business, push our revenues. It has me personally excited.
All right. Hopefully that woke you guys up a little bit. So, the goal of our program, those of you that are unaware, is to identify the most pressing technology challenges in our industry, and this is dictated by our corporate partners, and then we want to bring the startups that can solve these challenges. So the challenges we currently focus on fall into these broad categories. Today is the graduation of our 6th class of startups for the food program. So this is our 6th expo that I've been here. These companies represent the best-in-class solutions for today's leading technology challenges. The companies today, they made it onto a top 100 list with 99 other companies on them, and after several rounds of voting and pitching, they were selected to join our program on August 7th. So what makes our program possible is the support of all of our corporate sponsors. You can see most of them here. So basically, really what makes it possible is these guys showing up for all of our expos, all of our selection days, focus weeks, deal flows, and working with these startups and really just making that collaboration happen. So if you're considered a champion, if you could raise your hand. Any champions here? I know a lot of you guys, do you guys not know if you're champions or not? Okay, but in any case, these are the ones that make it possible. These are the guys within the corporations that are driving for that change, that are looking at those technology areas where their corporations lack that innovator or lack that solution, and working with our startups to really deliver that solution. So it's really these guys that make it possible. So thank you for doing this and driving this home to your corporation. Today we'd like to announce a new partner. It's the newest partner in our food program. It's the largest cranberry producer in the United States. It's also the inventor of the juice box, if I'm not mistaken. While the company is new to us, our champion, Rizal, has been working with Plug and Play for several years. Today we'd like to announce on stage are Bobby Chaco, which is the CEO of Ocean Spray, as well as Michael Olmsted to accept an award. So welcome, Ocean Spray. Would you like to give the award?
I just want to say thank you so much to Ocean Spray for trusting us with your external innovation efforts. Bobby, I think your leadership and kind of willingness to work with someone like Plug and Play kind of speaks to the fact that you realize external innovation is going to drive your company forward. I also want to shout out Rizal. It's been an amazing journey with you over the last few years, working with SC Johnson, bringing them to Plug and Play as a partner, then Tyson, and now Ocean Spray. So I appreciate you coming back. Plug and Play really is about bringing people together, and I consider everyone in this room part of the family. What we try to do is really make a positive impact on every entrepreneur's journey and provide whatever resources they might need. Some people need office space, some people need investment, but I think at the end of the day, the most important resource we can provide is customers, right? If we can validate these technologies in the market with large entities, that is oftentimes the most valuable resource that we can provide. And we try to do that in a very structured way in the form of these innovation platforms. And it's been amazing to see this growth, not only across different industries, but also geographies. We've got a new food and beverage and ag tech initiative that will be launching in North Dakota. We've got one in Brazil now. We've got one in Silicon Valley. And so our goal with all of these industry programs are to create industry-specific accelerator networks that allow startups access to new markets, but then our corporate partners, in turn, visibility places they don't have boots on the ground. And I really thank you guys all for being a part of the journey. Now I'd like to give it over to Bobby to say a few words.
Thank you, Michael. I want to thank Saeed and the entire team at Plug and Play. I have to first say I didn't know what to expect at Plug and Play. And having been here over the last 2 days, I have to say I'm completely impressed. I'm humbled, because this ecosystem is exactly what we need. When we think about our business and we think about the future of innovation, it's really about ensuring that ag tech often have to come together as a merged idea, not a collision. So we can't collide on ideas, we need to merge ideas. So with the leadership of Rizal on the innovation team, we are breaking new frontiers in how we look at opportunities to bring value, opportunities to make lives better. For those of you that don't know Ocean Spray, while you may have enjoyed it with a vodka cranberry, Ocean Spray is owned by 700 family farmers across the US and Canada. We are 90 years young. While we have products in cranberries, our mandate today and tomorrow is about transforming our portfolio to create and evolve towards a health and wellness company. We believe that connecting our farms to families to create a better life is what our purpose is. And that's what we're doing as a leadership team. That's what we're doing for our farmers. And we believe partnering with communities and this ecosystem of Plug and Play is a first step to realizing that purpose. And I can't wait to see what will come out of this partnership. And more importantly, I want to thank this leadership team in innovation, because their foresight, their fortitude to pursuing disruptive ideas is what we need as a company. So thank you guys, and thank you to Plug and Play.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you, Bobby. So we hosted some exciting events this year. I just want to highlight some of our favorites. Our World Without Waste event focused on how to reduce our use of plastic and increase recyclability. With Tyson, we hosted an event focused on meat alternatives, and we were able to try their first non-chicken chicken nugget. It was very tasty. I couldn't tell the difference, and yeah, it was a very fun event. So unfortunately, you're going to have trouble seeing the continents here, but 2019 has been our year of global expansion. We launched our first offices outside of Silicon Valley. So you can see our expansion plans here. Today, we operate our program in 3 geographies. First being Silicon Valley, right here, our headquarters. But this year, we also launched in Milan, Italy, as well as Sao Paulo, Brazil. So over the past 12 months, I've been to Brazil about 6 times. It's a rough flight, and finally on September 18th, we actually launched our office in Sao Paulo. During our launch, we hosted 16 startups, 8 deal flows, and over 400 attendees. So it's a pretty big event when we landed in Brazil. Our next expo will be November 27th, so we'll showcase technologies related to on-farm, packaging, supply chain, and ingredient solutions. So if you're interested in this, feel free to email me or our director down in Brazil, Francisco, and we can get you involved in these events. So we also have some founding partners to announce for Brazil. If you are here representing the company, we'd like to announce you on stage. First, we'd like to announce Suzano. Suzano is based in Salvador, Brazil. It's the largest pulp and paper company in Latin America and the largest eucalyptus pulp company in the world. So please welcome Alvaro. And let's see. Why don't we start getting, yeah, here we go. If you want to say a couple words, just like, why you're here, what you do, and why you're excited to be a part of the program.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Alvaro. I'm responsible for the Open Innovation Program at Suzano. I'm very excited to be here, being part of the Plug and Play ecosystem, because we strongly believe that working with startups, being able to work with corporates that think in the same way we are, it will accelerate the adoption of technologies and the adoption of innovation. So we are very excited.
Actually, if you want to stay up on stage, we'll take a picture all together. And also from Klabin, so Klabin is also a very large paper producer, exporter, and recycler in Brazil. So please welcome Sergio Morales. If you're here.
Just a small correction. I'm Roberto Bisogni. Sergio's not here, but it's okay. Well, thanks for the invitation. For us, it's really happy to be here, to be with all of you and listening to all the presentations that we have been seeing, all the insights that we have. We're really confident that this partnership with Plug and Play will accelerate our innovation process inside Klabin, and with that, increase the partnership that we have with customers and suppliers in the country. We really need that, and we need that fast, so really count on Plug and Play to support us to achieve so. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Third up, we have Claro. This is the largest telecom operator in Mexico. Please welcome Rodrigo Duclo.
Thank you. Just one correction. I represent Claro Brazil. Claro is the largest telecommunication group in Latin America as a whole. Claro Brazil, we are fighting for the first or second position in mobile, cable. We own half of the market. So it's a big telecom company. We have all kinds of network satellites, everything, and we reach all the 5,000 cities in the country, and everybody is always asking me, what are you doing on food? We do everything, right? So the thing here is we need, in order to build connectivity in such a large country, in such a hard environment, we need to reinvent ourselves, reinvent the business models. So that's why we're looking at partners to build the different business, so we can connect every place in that country and in the world and make it a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we'd like to announce Ihara, which is the largest one of the largest agrochemical suppliers in the world. So please welcome Clayton Viega.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clayton Veiga. I'm in charge of R&D at Ihara. So Ihara is a Brazilian company running in the fields of crop protection business. We are there for already 54 years. So during this cycle, we are providing, as of today, more than 60 products for more than 100 type of crops, working hard to provide solutions to Brazilian farmers. So until today, we developed those products in our own labs and in the labs of our Japanese partners. But from now on, with this partnership with Plug and Play, we strongly believe that we will together seek for new innovations, for new technologies that will further contribute to improve the food production in Brazil, the global food supply ability. Thank you very much for this partnership.
So please give it up. These are the counterparts of our 4 founding partners in Brazil. Without the support of their colleagues and their company, we would not be able to operate in Brazil. So thanks so much for being a part of our ecosystem, working with our startups, and making this possible. So now on to China. So last month I took my first ever trip to China. We hosted our first ever event for our food program out in Shanghai with the support of our China team at Plug and Play. We had over 250 attendees and 30 of the world's largest food and beverage companies. We're launching in Shanghai in March of next year, so feel free to reach out to Wen, who's leading the effort, or myself to get more information and get involved. But it should be a really exciting platform. And in Europe, we also have several events coming up. So we operate, as Plug and Play as a whole, we operate over 10 offices in Europe, focused on a variety of different industry-specific platforms. We actually launched our first program in Europe in Milan, Italy, earlier this year with our founding partners Lavazza, Esselunga, and Tetra Pak. Are any of you guys here today? Lavazza, Esselunga, Tetra Pak, if you want to raise your hand. There you guys are. I think the Tetra Pak representatives here. Excellent. So it's a great partnership and really the first expansion of our program outside of Silicon Valley. So really excited to have our initial founding partners there and support the launch of this program. So we'll be hosting a couple events over the next 6 months. So we have 2 roadshow events in Europe. One is in Paris on Thanksgiving Day, and one is in Amsterdam on March 19th of next year. So really excited to join these events. So I'll be out for our Food and Packaging Roadshow on November 28th. So really excited that. Feel free to email me, our counterpart in our team, Francesca or Christian Kuntz, and we can get you more information about that event. But really excited to kind of do the soft launch in France, as well as in Amsterdam. So again, this Amsterdam will be March 19th of next year. So it's actually the day after my 32nd birthday. So I'll be getting old. And in Italy, we have our events coming up as well in the summertime. So I think Mike Olmsted announced this briefly, but we also have another event that's happening in North America for the development of our program out in North Dakota. So you might be able to meet some of these guys here today, but particularly Brian Carroll from the Grand Farm Initiative has flown all the way out here to be with us today. So really excited to work with them and really make this expansion as well possible in the Americas. So today on our agenda, we have 14 amazing startups. We'll have these pitches, then an award ceremony. So if we stick to our schedule, we'll be out of here by about 2:30 p.m. Each startup has 3 minutes to pitch, so if you have questions, they'll be at demo tables after the event. So feel free to go up to them to have a more extended conversation. If you haven't already, please sign up for your Brella account. This is how you can meet people in this audience. So if you want to meet the fellow investors, startups, corporates, this is the application that we've set up where you can assign a particular time and table to meet with these individuals. So please take advantage of that. It's a really great audience here. Also, on the back of your badge, you can see a QR code where you can vote. So please, everyone, vote for the startups, particularly the ones you like, so they can win a prize at the end. Yeah, so we'll have 2 awards. We'll have our corporate innovation award and then an audience choice award. So please make sure to vote. Next up, we'll have our keynote. So our keynote's talk is about how tech is driving change in food and ag now. So our speaker is one of my favorite people from the food innovation space. I met him just as I actually met our CEO, Saeed Hamidi, when I was fundraising for my granola company. If you guys haven't tried it, it's really good. Our keynote has survived 15 years of venture capital in telecom and has finally decided to upgrade to the food and ag space. So we're really excited to have him here. He's the founder of Better Food Ventures, a group that invests in startups in the chasm between IT and agriculture. He also runs the Mixing Bowl Hub, which is a group that hosts events and reports on insights in the food and agriculture space. A big-time granola consumer and Menlo Park local, please welcome Rob Trice.
Thank you, Brian. And I did have my Ladera granola, so I'm ready to give this presentation. So let me give you a little bit of background just on me. So as Brian indicated, I was in telecom, mobile internet venture capital for about 15 years. I came and started working for Nokia's venture capital group at the end of 2000, worked for SK Telecom's venture capital group for a couple years, Swisscom Ventures for 2 years. I was getting tired of telecom. I'd been in it for 15 years. When I started, we were on 2G networks. Now people were starting to talk about 5G networks. I just didn't feel like I had it in me. And so at the same time that I was kind of going through the soul searching, my wife left her job at Stanford and started running this cattle ranch called Tomcat Ranch, 45 minutes west of Stanford, out in a little town called Pescadero. And I saw, the cowboys would have to go pull an SD card out of the weather station. Using Square at the farmer's market was a big deal. And it caused me to look at the fact that food and ag is 5 to 10% of the world's economy with substantial challenges. And this is 6, 7 years ago. Back then, Silicon Valley's IT innovation ecosystem was not focused on the challenges of food and agriculture. And so my interest was piqued. And so my wife, one weekend, I was jet lagged, had just come back from New Zealand, grabbed me and said, hey, do you want to go to this hackathon for the meat industry? This is the Stanford D School. The picture's awful, I apologize. But we had over 200 people that spent a weekend hacking the meat industry. And so all of this caused me to think about the opportunity to bring IT, food, and ag together. And sure enough, we won that hackathon. We won a box of meat, $500, and a Carhartt jacket. And I ended up on the cover of Modern Farmer magazine. My parents were shocked. I never thought I'd never be on the cover of Modern Farmer magazine. So I launched the Mixing Bowl with the objective of bringing people together who are changing the world, the people who are feeding the world today. And we had folks like Tim Koide who helped us get going. And we do 3 things fundamentally. Under the name of the Mixing Bowl, we do information sharing, we do advising, and then we invest under the name of Better Food Ventures. Let me tell you a little bit more about what I'm talking about. We've got, I've since brought 3 other folks on who are smarter than me in this space. Michael Rose and I work together in the telecom space. He's been in the Valley for 25 years. The first 10 years of his career, he was in the restaurant space. Shauna Day is actually a former investment banker who I met in 2005 when she was working on the mobile internet. She's from the Central Valley of California. She's a 4th-generation farming family. And she came back from London because she saw the opportunity to bring the first 2 loves of her life together, agriculture and technology. And Britta, even when I started the Mixing Bowl, people asked me, well, do you know Britta Rosenheim? Even then, she was viewed as the queen of food tech. And she's also been in food, investment banking, M&A, CPG her entire career. So Britta actually, for 10 years, has been looking at food tech, and for 8 years has been publishing this landscape map. She's tracking over 2,000 companies. We now have Shauna doing the same. She's tracking over 1,600 ag tech companies. And we just launched a new indoor ag tech. We're looking at 1,000 companies looking at different elements of indoor ag tech. And I should mention, next week, we're going to do a revision of our restaurant tech. We have about 150 companies looking at hospitality, all looking at how information technology can be applied to food and agriculture. I mentioned that we have Better Food Ventures. We've made 15 seed deals in 4 years. 11 of our 14 deals through 2018 have actually stepped up to a next round of financing, and we're raising a $50 million fund. I'll talk to you about some of these companies. Gastrograph is actually a company that's a bunch of food scientists that are actually now using data science to go do flavor prediction. So if you're trying to come up with the right food or beverage model product for Chinese coastal female millennials, they can tell you what flavor profile is most likely to succeed. Nima is a company that's democratizing food testing for allergies. So it's dropping the price of doing a gluten or a peanut test from 20 minutes and $20 down to 2 minutes and $2. AdaptIn is a company that we actually, it's a spin out of Cornell University. That's a cloud-based nitrogen application recommendation engine that got acquired actually by a company out of Norway. Jio is a health and wellness company that we invested in. Deepak Chopra is one of the co-founders. He wrote a book on what are you hungry for, looking at the relationship between nutrition and food and wellness. Byte is a company that has RFID on every element in a vending machine. So we can actually look at what are people consuming in vending machines and do real-time logistics, replenishment, and so forth. Our competition, we like to say, are those vending machines with the orange crackers with the peanut butter in them. And when instead, we can put salads, smoothies, kombucha, things that are perishable. Vinsight is a company that's using machine learning to do specialty crop yield prediction. And one of our key themes is looking at how we can get a better connection between supply and demand via data. And so Vinsight is working with folks in wine grapes, table grapes, onions, almonds, walnuts, all the crops that are usually overlooked because they're not corn or soy, and marrying that up with the off-takers, the processors, so they know how much actually is going to come in off the fields and make appropriate production decisions based on that information. Lumigrow is a leading provider of smart LEDs for greenhouses, not vertical sunless growing, but for greenhouses. And so we actually now have moved beyond just looking at the LED lighting. So this is using lighting for different recipes for different crops. But now we're also looking at climate. We're doing mold spore detection. So we can start to bring that precision to indoor agriculture. FarmOp Capital is a company that's using data to make alternative investments to capital asset-light farmers. One of the things that's happened in the U.S. farming economy in the commodity row crop space is that 50% of farmers don't own the land that they're farming. 50% of the acres that they're farming, they don't own. And yet, if you look at our financial institutions, they still require land as collateral for loaning. And so what we've done is actually using data to help substitute for the ownership of land so we can start to get these asset-light, many of them next-generation farmers, the operating capital that they need to succeed. And then lastly is a company called DecisionNext here in San Francisco. It's a third-time team that's using econometric modeling for bulk commodity purchase, trade, and sale. And I'm happy to talk to you about any of these. I want to just step back a little bit and not talk about food and ag. I want to talk about a couple things that I'm seeing in the innovation ecosystem and then apply them to food and agriculture. And so we step back. You know, I've now been in the Silicon Valley since the end of 2000. One of the things that I see is that the nature of markets and competition is changing. It's no longer enough to be a producer and a consumer relationship. We're now seeing the rise of the prosumer relationship. Think about Facebook. Not only are we consuming the product, we are the product. If you think about markets, it's not enough just to sell into a market, but you have to actually have an ecosystem. You have to support your suppliers or your developers. Competition has become co-opetition. If you think about Apple, for instance, their largest competitor is Samsung, and yet if you look inside an Apple phone, you'll find Samsung memory. And the other thing that we're seeing is that intelligence is migrating to higher values in the stack. It's not enough just to produce a commodity or a product or a service or experience, but ultimately we're seeing value migrate to transformations. And what I mean by that is if you're drinking a Starbucks cup of coffee, that's not just a product, it's a service, it's an experience, right? I think it's only a matter of time until you start to see probiotic coffee come in out of Starbucks to transform you into a better human being by consuming their service or their product and having their experience. The last thing is that we're seeing a decline in the durability of big corporations. We're seeing big companies destabilize more and more, and they're struggling to find growth and maintain profits. The average time that a company spends on the S&P 500 has gone from 80 years in the 1920s and 30s to less than a decade today. How many of you know Clayton Christensen? And innovation, okay, not too many of you. So this guy, Clayton Christensen, wrote this book called Disruptive Innovation in 1995. Let's just take books as an example. We all grew up going to the bookstore, having a nice experience, and then let's just say some crazy guy named Jeff Bezos creates some new product or serving that we didn't really ask for, but he's got a different low-cost structure to offer a competitive offering. What happens over time is that this guy, Jeff Bezos, launches this company called Amazon, and he moves up from being relatively inconsequential to the market to encroaching and disrupting on those incumbent bookstore operators. My whole point with this slide is that since 1995, when Clayton Christensen wrote this book, we've had disruptors get access to more and more tools and technologies so that this angle of disruption can occur faster and faster. And so whether that is cheap global communications, cloud-based services, open source, do-it-yourself, social marketing, online sales. There's a VC here in town, and even back in 2011, Ben Horowitz said that the cost of running a web startup has fallen 100x in the last 11 years. The barriers to actually disrupting an industry have fallen because of this. So I'm going to read, they're going to do exactly what they tell you not to do in public speaking. I'm going to read from a slide. This is from Curtis Carlson, who's right up in the Menlo Park, and he wrote, in a world where so many people have access to education and cheap tools of innovation, innovation from the bottom up tends to be chaotic but smart. Innovation from the top down tends to be orderly but dumb. The sweet spot for innovation today is moving down, closer to the people, because all the people together are smarter than anyone alone, and all the people have the tools to invest and collaborate. The other point that he points out is that in exponential times, if you improve your performance incrementally, you fall behind exponentially. This is exponential innovation, and I think this is what we're witnessing now. So what I see with this exponential innovation is that we're giving rise to a new era of continuous volatility. I'm sure that you feel it within your companies. And for me, the best term that I've seen that describes this new era is VUCA. It's a US military term that talks about viewing constant change as the new normal, where you actually assume in your operating environment volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And the way that you respond in a VUCA world is with agility. Nassim Taleb talks about how can you actually design systems so that they gain from volatility. And what he means by that is you accept complexity and disorder in your systems. You distribute decision-making, risk-taking, and reward sharing. You see that small can be more efficient than large because large can become brittle. And you learn from trial and error where there's small failure costs and large possible wins. And so fundamentally what I see in Silicon Valley right now are hummingbirds and brontosauruses. A hummingbird is like a startup. It's got a high mortality rate, an average lifespan of 5 years. It flits around looking for resources to stay alive. But by the way, this is the Peruvian hummingbird. This is a 23-centimeter long hummingbird. So it still can be pretty big and pretty fast. On the other hand, I see brontosauruses. These are the big companies, right? They have a small head, a big body. They move slowly. They sit in the swamp and they chew grass all day. They can live to be 100 years old, but if they don't adapt to their environment, they die off. So the thing that I see about this, this VUCA world and this agile thinking is it's now starting to become more and more automated. What you're seeing is that these platforms, whatever you want to call them, artificial intelligence and all the buzzwords to the left, all of them roll up into the point where you can start to automate continuous A/B learning. You can get smarter and smarter to solve problems, and we're seeing the rise of incredibly powerful platforms that are ingesting data, testing hypotheses and learning and spitting out new things to create new and better products, services, and experience and transformations. So net, what I'm seeing right now in our VUCA world are two responses. I'm seeing the rise of abundance thinkers, and I'm seeing the decline of scarcity thinkers. And so up in the left-hand corner is an economist named Alfred Marshall, and he wrote The Law of Diminishing Returns. He believes that the way that you maximize return is through hierarchy, planning, control, and standard product optimization. On the other hand, there's a happy Californian economist named Brian Arthur who wrote The Law of Increasing Returns, We actually maximize return through speed and adaptations, links and leverages, or what we might call networks, or ecologies, what he calls them, for a network effect. And if you look fundamentally at a scarcity mentality versus an abundance mentality, this is what you see. On the scarcity side, rules, everything is forbidden unless it's permitted. The social model is paternal. We at the top know best. The decision process is top down. There's a clear business model. The metrics that you use for measuring your business are looking at things like maximizing profit per dollar, IRR, return on investment, return on net assets. And the org structure is command and control. Versus what you see on the abundance, where everything is permitted unless it's forbidden. It's much more egalitarian, where the folks at the edge know best. The decision process is bottoms up. There's a whole idea on the business, the profit plan, which is we're going to go figure it out. And the metrics really thinking about how can you get new skills, ideas into the market and the speed of adaptation of ideas. And the org structure appears to be a little bit out of control. Just so everybody doesn't think that this is just Silicon Valley startup, I want to mention Morningstar, the world's largest tomato processor. And if you don't know them, they have a whole self-management institute. It's got a whole libertarian vibe to it, but they're accepting this abundance mentality. And I would really encourage you to take a look. It's a cutting-edge approach to organizational structure versus this dude in the bottom left-hand corner. This is Max Weber, the sociologist who over 100 years ago came up with the organizational paradigm that most companies use today, a bureaucracy. So the question is who's going to win in this new VUCA world. In my humble opinion, it's going to be those who are thinking about abundance instead of scarcity. They're embracing open instead of closed. They're trying to grow their markets through networks and linkages. They're rewarding abundance thinking with the proper metrics. They're cultivating reverse business models. They've got that prosumer model where they're bringing consumers into the decision making. They're moving profits to more intelligent stages of value. They're playing in small niche markets that can grow really quickly, using democratized tools of production. They're entering markets with agility. They may not know they have the domain expertise, but they've got the deep funding, a clearly defined product. They're built to move fast, learn, collect ideas, and get them in the market. And lastly, they have an organizational culture that is ready to gain from volatility. So now let me start to switch a little bit to what does all this mean for food and agriculture. And if I look at what we've seen a lot in food and ag investing is a scarcity mentality. How are we going to feed 9 billion people by 2050? Well, we're going to start eating insects. We're running out of land, and therefore we're going to have to grow food in containers or in sunless vertical operations, or we're going to have to go create alternative meats and so forth. I think that's a false challenge, because I think we actually can feed 9 billion people by 2050 sustainably and responsibly with the food that we have or we will have, and we should certainly embrace all of these new technologies. But what we want to do is we want to find the change makers who are injecting agility and abundance thinking into the food system now, so that by the time we get to 2050 and we have those challenges that we've talked about, then we're going to have a plethora of ways to solve these problems. We want to find out how we can use information technology to move from a macro, commoditized food system to a more micro system that is more precise, personalized, agile, and lean. We also want to find those things that are working well at a micro scale and see how we can scale those up using these democratized technologies. One thing I'll just point out, we talk about feeding 9 billion people by 2050, but the reality is right now we have more corn, soy, dairy, strawberries than we know what to do with. What we don't have is the ability to get the right product to the right person at the right place and time. So a couple examples of agility in food and agriculture. I mentioned Bite, that's now allowing you to put fresh food and beverage into vending machines, leveraging RFID technology. I mentioned NEMA, that's democratizing food testing. I mentioned Gastrograph, that is using data so that, currently we have 95% of food and beverage product launches that fail. So how can we actually use data to get a better success rate there? I mentioned Lumagrow, that's using LED lighting to create more precision in the growing of vegetables and also cannabis. And then I don't know, how many of you have heard of Thrive Market? I'm always amazed at how many people haven't. So this company raised about $100 million down in LA, and within 18 months became the largest online marketplace in the United States for organic and non-GMO food. And this is exactly my point about being able to take advantage of democratize online direct-to-consumer markets, technologies, and create new markets and new value. And then the last one I'd like to talk about is Artis Coffee. I'm assuming almost no one here has actually heard of it. It's a hipster coffee shop over in Berkeley. They used to have a site in San Francisco. And on its surface, it's kind of cool, gimmicky. They have a coffee machine that does small batch, near real-time roasting of coffee beans. But if you actually step back and think about what that can enable, if you look at the coffee supply chain now, let's just say a Costa Rican coffee farmer has to go through a bulk exporter importer, through a bulk roaster, a bulk shipper, go through wholesale and to the customer. What Artis is actually allowing is a direct relationship between me and that Costa Rican farmer. Maybe I saw him on Facebook, and I like what he's doing. I believe in his value system. I want to support him. And now I can use standard off-the-shelf third-party logistics to get a small batch of his coffee put into that hipster coffee shop, and I can actually enjoy his products. And I get a better product because I get a 2-week window of freshness that I can cut into to get a better product. So our group is really looking at how we can link seed to stomach, farm to fork, whatever you want to call it. But fundamentally, we're looking at the fact that we believe that information technology is what's driving the transformation of food and ag now in 2019, not 2050. We believe that it's information technology that's bringing more precision, productivity, personalization, and health and wellness outcomes. We believe that IT is what will enable more agility to rapidly respond to consumer or societal challenges and market demands. And the other thing we can do by having information technology sustain the provenance of food is get consumers to pay more for their food when they understand that a product is truly organic, or if I want to pay more for that Costa Rican farmer's product. The other thing is the digitization of food and agriculture is creating new opportunities. If you think about, for instance, all of the food delivery drivers that just didn't exist except for in the pizza realm 5 years ago. So that's our focus is how can we actually link seed to stomach to unlock market value and to solve problems. So who's going to win in food and agriculture? Guess what, folks? It's the same people. It's those that are thinking about abundance instead of scarcity. They're cultivating those reverse business models. They're playing in those small niche markets that are going to grow rapidly. They're entering markets with agility. They have an organization and a culture that will gain from volatility. So one warning here, I was investing in mobile internet, social media, and so forth, and I always like to remind everybody that tweeting and eating are different. And we need to have a note of caution to make sure that we understand that there's a staircase to food and ag tech adoption. We need to crawl before we walk, before we run. And particularly many of the folks here in Silicon Valley want to take a robot and just drop it into the field. And it's not going to be that simple. We need to crawl before we walk, before we run. And what I mean by that is we need to go digitize information, that we have to go measure it, manage it, optimize it, and then automate. And there are corresponding IT systems from record keeping to data management to ERP to analytics to optimization to robots, right? Most of the farmers that we see are somewhere here. There's still, the biggest barrier that we have to the digitization of agriculture is the farmer's notebook. And oh, by the way, the chefs don't get off lightly either because they're calling in orders, they're faxing in orders. So all across the food system, you see that we're still in an analog world and we need to make that transition to a digital world. So here's my challenge to you. So how can we actually go and develop an abundant, exponential, and agile food and ag system for the future of food now? The future of food is not 2050. The future of food is 2019. And how can we develop those greater linkages across the value chain to increase agility and abundance thinking to solve those problems and add value? And just as a final thought, just because there's a lot of talk in food and ag right now, let's stop talking about changing the world and actually go make something happen. So it's, as Teddy Roosevelt said, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood. And that's all I got. Thank you very much.
What a way to end it. Next up, we have the main event. We're going to have 14 startups pitch, and Michelle will be leading this. So Michelle's part of our ventures team, has been responsible for finding these startups as well as managing through this whole process through the last 3 months. So with that being said, welcome, Michelle.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're super excited for our 6th batch expo. Thank you to everyone in this room, our corporate partners, our VC community, the startups in the audience, and of course, the startups that are graduating today. We're super excited for the 14 pitches that are about to happen. A few housekeeping items. The first is to keep in mind the People Choice Award. So remember to vote on Lineupper, your favorite startup. Second is remember that there are going to be demo tables for each startup upstairs. So the 3-minute pitches are short, so we understand if you're left wanting more, please visit them at their demo table upstairs, and even better, use the Brella app to easily create meetings with them. So our first presenter just finished binge watching Gilmore Girls for the 2nd time. So please welcome Rich from Bond Pets. Is that the clicker?
Oops. Sorry. Oh, thank you. And with that Gilmore Girls reference, I probably have no chance of the People's Choice Awards, so that's okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Kellerman. I'm the co-founder of Bond Pet Foods based in Boulder, Colorado. And we're making pet food from animal protein like chicken, turkey, and beef without the animal. So meat is a beautiful thing for dogs and cats. It gives them all the essential amino acids they need to thrive, and it's highly digestible and bioavailable. With that, it's no surprise that the amount of meat that our pets eat, including my girl Rumples, isn't trivial. If America's dogs and cats were their own country, their consumption alone would rank 5th in the world. Yet its creation comes with a host of environmental, safety, and animal welfare challenges to satiate this demand. And that's the paradox of meat and pet nutrition, the belief that we need to accept all the bad that comes with the good. But we don't. At Bond, we're working with fermentation technologies that have been around for more than half a century to make enzymes for cheese manufacture, or good bacteria for probiotic supplements, or even the heme protein and the delicious Impossible Burger. We're just reassembling that process to more efficiently and responsibly harvest high-quality meat proteins, and then using that as the foundation of our complete recipes. We're starting with the chicken, since it's the most consumed meat in the world for people and pets. And not just any chicken. Everyone meet Inga, that big, happy girl that I'm holding in my arms. The DNA from this one hen will serve as the blueprint for Bond's protein production and help us feed millions of dogs and cats for years to come. We're well into our discovery, having demonstrated that we can express the proteins that we're looking for. We filed patents on our approach, and we're working to fully optimize the process. In parallel to this development, we've also been hard at work on our 1st-generation product that we'll be launching later this year. Its core protein isn't animal-derived, but it's made through a similar technique, which allow us to begin to educate the public about the beauty and merits of products that are in part made through fermentation. And so far, so good with our 1st-generation recipe, as evidenced by how hard it is to get it out of the wrapper. Our aim is to take a bite out of the $33 billion US pet food market, in addition to identify future opportunities abroad. To execute on a roadmap, we've assembled a team of seasoned veterans in biotechnology and veterinary nutrition, including professionals who have led R&D and product development at companies like Genacor, Nestle Purina, and Blue Buffalo. If our vision is something that you wholeheartedly embrace, we'd love to explore how we can collaborate on potential research and scale-up opportunities, or for our first product, look at new ways for distribution. Let's build the future of pet food together. Thank you.
Our second presenter survived a typhoon in the Philippines and an earthquake in Nepal just to be at this pitch today. So please welcome Alexandra from Swiss Decode.
Hello. If you are a food producer, wouldn't you like to know if there are just the smallest traces of listeria in your food production line? Or that the milk that you received from your supplier is 100% pure cow's milk? And wouldn't you like to know this right now? Swiss Decode has developed a DNA analysis that can be done by anyone and in 30 minutes. Food producers along the food production line nowadays all face the same problem. They have to rely on the services of external laboratories to ensure quality control. Unfortunately, it can almost sometimes take up to 10 days to receive the results. The problem with that, the risk that you're running, if you wait to see if your food is contaminated, you may have to face a recall. Swiss Decode's solution offers the opportunity for factories to do tests right there on site. And you can do so during the working shift, and anybody can do it. And it is simple and safe to use. How do we do this? Our first generation analog solution is the DNA foil. This test is an equivalent to a qPCR test, which can be done by anybody. It's as simple as a pregnancy test. Even I can do it. And I can tell you whether the delicious Moroccan bean stew that we had for lunch today contains just the tiniest amounts of pork. Our MVP has already hit the markets. We've created tests for pathogens as well as for authenticity. And we're working together with several customers to develop customized solutions that will target their individual needs. We're also really excited about our second generation. We call it the Beam It Up solution. The Beam It Up solution is as simple as an espresso machine. You have a capsule in which you put your food sample, and the analysis of this is uploaded into a cloud that we at Swiss Decode will analyze for you and send you an automated certificate right into your email inbox. By being able to send you this automated certificates, we're going to be able to penetrate the market all along the food supply chain, from farmer to fork. We've already gotten a bunch of traction with this. If you're thinking about all of the 10 biggest food and beverage companies in the industry, we're happy to say that already 8 of them have engaged with Swiss Decode in one way or another. We've sold over 650 DNA foil kits, and we're working together with more customers to develop customized solution in the meantime. So, if this is something that's interesting to you, we'd love to talk to you about a pilot project, so please come see me upstairs at the demo table from Swiss Decode. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. So our third presenter is a former contemporary art curator turned beverage entrepreneur. Please welcome Bella from Shaka Tea.
Not very techy. There we go. Aloha, my name is Bella Hughes, and I'm the co-founder and president of Shaka Tea. We're a Hawaiian lifestyle brand that brings to the table the first line of full-flavor, zero-calorie Hawaiian teas to the market. We connect local supply to global demand with an infrastructure of co-packing across the United States and Japan. The impetus for starting Shaka Tea comes from a personal place. I was born and raised in the islands and noticed the lack of authentic CPG products that actually had an ingredient from Hawaii. And that's where we come in. Our first line of products is brewed with mamaki. It's an ancient super leaf only found and grown in the Hawaiian Islands. And by growing the industry, we're able to support sustainable agriculture and economic abundance. So the market that we're playing into, though, is a response to the biggest shift in the American diet of our generation, and that's the move away from sugar. 84% of Americans, according to Mintel, are limiting their sugar. Yet when you get to the RTD tea set, which is over $10 billion, the majority of the products on the market are either full of sugar or they're unsweetened, and the American palate does like something sweet. So we come in with a gently sweetened, zero-calorie monk fruit Hawaiian tea. This has been an incredible year. We've grown over 537% with literally 1 employee on the US continent. We're moving at incredible velocity with no marketing, no infrastructure, and no support, just good old-fashioned product that works on the shelves. Here's a look at some of the doors we're in across the United States. And last year, as a strictly local brand, we did $400,000 a year in sales. We'll end this year at 1.7 to 2 million. With new doors and accounts opening daily, we're scaling, and we're on track next year to do 10 million in sales and be in 6,000 doors. In addition to our teas that are in glass bottles, we have a host of other products in market and just ready to launch across the board so we can command the attention of all the different tea drinkers there are. And here's a look at our updated bottles launching next month that highlight some of our major selling points, being plant-based, zero-calorie, caffeine-free, and Project Non-GMO verified, accessibly priced at $198 to $249. My co-founder and I have worked together before in food and beverage. He comes from a strong corporate background. I'm more from the entrepreneurial creative side. We like to say together we make one balanced founder. Here's a look at some of the awards and honors we've won across the United States. And the reason I'm here is because I'm building the next big beverage icon. And we're looking for strategic partners to be part of this. One of the first questions that stumps people when they hear I'm a Hawaii-based company with a hero ingredient from the islands is how big can you really scale? Our islands have over 1 million acres of basically fallow ag land, not a lot of high-value export crops. If I was to grow Shaka Tea's Mamaki line to $1 billion in sales, I'd need 1,000 acres. So we see no end to scaling in sight. We're looking for strategic capital partners as well as DSD partners. I hope to speak with you if you're interested. Mahalo.
Thank you, Bella. So this next presenter's neighbor is actually Rafael Nadal. So if you're a huge tennis fanatic, you should find him in the demo area. Please welcome Andro from Mayo Tech.
Okay, hello, hola, everybody. We are Millotech, a startup founded in Barcelona, and we are reimagining the personalized nutrition, making it easier and more applicable to your daily life. Well, we all know the big problem we have with obesity and other dietary risks, how important food is for a healthy life, and how consumers are changing their habits, taking into account more variables in their consumption decision-making. In Millotech, we are working in that problem with solutions that combines science and technology. On one hand, we use omic science to characterize and personalize the consumer, and even design new functional ingredients or products. And on the other side, we use AI algorithms and machine learning to process hundreds of variables in real time and learn from the consumer behavior to improve the system. The result? Okay, we are talking about personalization, but exactly what does it mean? We collect and cross all the information we can get from the consumers. We are collecting information for their physical characteristics, nutritional profile, genetics profile, metabolic profile, and also we are working introducing microbiome and metabolomics information. The result is our digital platform. We cross and combine all this consumer information with information from products, recipes, dietary plans, training programs, and everything to, for example, adapt or reformulate a product or a diet to best fit the consumer needs. We also use AI algorithms and machine learning to offer personalized and customized results, tips, scores, everything related to the individual consumer. Actually, this platform is connected to our 2 mobile apps. Millo, your 360-degree personalized health assistant. Basically, it knows you better than you. Gamified offers you challenge to improve your daily life. And Carmi, 100% automatization for your weekly grocery purchase. And now we are opening our platform with our API to offer the corporates to use this platform. And now they can use this personalized service to improve their customers' life. For example, brands could now create new products based on their consumer profiles, or restaurants can increase their user experience, personalizing every dish for every customer. Just a few words about our team. We are a multidisciplinary teams with crazy techies with a lot of dreams, but also we have a strong scientific group to substantiate what we are doing. Let me say, just to finish, that together we can take care of your customer health and offer them the best and most personalized experience. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you, Andro. So our next presenter is a rock climber, and he enjoys doing that in his free time. So please welcome Bobby from Digested Organics.
Thank you. I want to start by asking you to think about the last thing you ate or drank. No matter what it was, I guarantee that its production generated large volumes of wastewater. Let's take this glass of milk, for example. A cow can make about 10 gallons of milk a day, but it also makes 30 gallons of manure a day. Take that milk to a processing facility to make cheese or yogurt, thousands more gallons of wastewater are generated. How about the last time you had a drink? For a distillery to make 1 gallon of bourbon, it makes about 7 gallons of spent grain called stillage, which has to be hauled away at great expense. This isn't the sexy part of the food and beverage ecosystem, but it's a huge cost to food and beverage companies, and it often hampers growth. We get calls from companies all the time with these key questions. How do we reduce our disposal costs for waste? How do we become more sustainable in our operations? How do we comply with ever-tightening regulations? And how can we grow our business? And more than ever with a changing climate, how do we use water more efficiently in our operations? Digested Organics uses advanced filtration solutions to transform waste into a valuable co-product, clean, reusable water, and when possible, renewable energy. We have 2 proprietary technologies. The first is a stainless steel ultrafiltration system. The secret sauce here is this porous metal tube. We filter liquids inside the tube. Liquids pass through the wall of the tube while solids are retained. This allows us to concentrate and purify numerous high solids food and beverage products and waste streams. For example, a potato chip manufacturer was able to significantly reduce his disposal costs while creating a starch-rich concentrate that could be turned into vodka. A carrot processor made a concentrated animal feed product while similarly reducing their disposal costs. We filtered brewery wastewater. We have a system at a large distillery in Kentucky that is turning stillage into recyclable water for the facility while making concentrated animal feeds. And more than ever, we have food waste digesters that are recycling food waste to make renewable energy that need to process the digestate into organic fertilizers and reusable water. Our second technology is a patented forward osmosis system that can literally suck the water out of wastewaters using a low energy, low pressure system. This is significantly more effective and more robust compared to reverse osmosis and evaporator technologies, which have been around a long time. Here we've transformed a waste stream on a farm into a concentrated organic liquid fertilizer and clean reusable water that animals can drink. We have an online Geometrics dashboard, which pushes this data to our customers, as well as significant traction in numerous markets, so food and beverage, livestock waste, and industrial landfills, with multiple projects over $1 million in value already installed. Our business model is to sell equipment at a decent margin, as well as offer infrastructure as a service, where we operate the system and pay our customer pays per gallon. Our leadership team has significant experience both in agriculture, food and beverage manufacturing, as well as in business development. We're here today looking for strategic partners that are interested in implementing this cutting-edge technology at their facilities, as well as discussing strategic investments. So we look forward to meeting you after the presentations up at our demo table. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. So our next presenter is imported from France. Please welcome Stéphane from Zymtronics.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stéphane Courget. I'm the CEO, founder of Zymtronics. What we do, we pack and deploy enzymes as green catalysts to make ingredients more efficiently, more precisely than regular chemistry and fermentation. We are a global industrial biotech platform with a focus on food tech. We have a team of engineers and PhDs and business development up in Ithaca, New York. And next year, we would raise our Series A, and we're looking for $18 million. So a couple of things about enzymes. They're being used as catalysts to transform food ingredients. For example, 2 enzymes can take canola oil and transform it into the same ingredient than palm oil. You don't need to cut the rainforest in order to source palm oil in this case. 3 enzymes can upgrade the sweeteners like stevia, make it less bitter, more palatable, and that's a growing market. 8 enzymes can turn regular sugars, combine them into very precisely human milk oligosaccharides for infant nutrition and health. And this is a booming market of $71 billion. The issue with enzyme is there's only 2 choices in order to use them to produce thousands of ingredients. You have enzymes immobilized on materials for high productivity and precision, but the cost of operation is really high, and it's limited to simple ingredients. The alternative is to put enzymes in microbes during fermentations, which reduce the operating cost. You can do complex ingredients. The issue is the volumes that you need to deal with and contamination. So there is really a gap between these 2 methods of biocatalysis. What Zamtronics does is bridging that gap. We can immobilize any enzymes at full activity, and we have methods to optimize those. We tackle complexity. We can immobilize system of enzymes to replicate what a fermentation microbe would do for novel ingredients. And we always think about the COGS and reducing the cost of production in industries that have very low margins. We do that with scalable smart materials. We can quickly optimize faster than the competition. We also reduce the capex. A 2-liter flow cell can pack as much enzyme as a 27-liter fermenters. And we also develop materials that can be reusable so that you can reduce the OPEX in the operation. We have a global patent strategy, 11 patents all over the world. We are pushing the boundaries of ingredient productions, and we already have clients in pharma, food and beverage, and chemical. We have a path to work with our corporate clients towards sales of materials, license of ingredients, and we are looking for investors for our first Series A in the entire platform. Of note, we are closing a note actually at the end of the month, and there's still some room. So if some investors are interested, come talk to us. We have Zamtronics, and we have the next wave biocatalysis.
Thank you, Stefan. So our next presenter can still pull a backflip after 20 years of being a gymnast. So please welcome Gabe from Biolumen.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Polino, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Biolumen. So who hasn't had the guilty pleasure of eating all these candies for the Halloween season lately? I know I did, and I know definitely that I shouldn't. And that's why we invented a technology that can turn the food that you want into what your body needs, and all that naturally. Let me explain. Biolumen is a new tech company defined as nutritional technology, the combination of material science, food, and technology. And we have designed and engineered a structured functional fiber that can capture and prevent sugar from being absorbed. So look at those beadlets hitting your stomach content. They will multiply into multiple beadlets that will absorb and contain those sugar and starches and create a controlled delivery system that will basically repair your whole human digestive system by delivering those sugar and starches down to the gut microbiome to be used as prebiotic. So people will feel better inside and out. And we all know the problem. Actually, 90% of Americans are fiber deficient. That's actually the #1 nutrient deficiency that we're facing. And that's causing all this problem of chronic diseases that we know. 2/3 of Americans are overweight and obese. Only 11% of them know. And 1/3 are pre-diabetic. So food is actually the #1 killer before smoking now. So we're fighting food with food. We've developed a solution that is made of all grass ingredients, that is 100% plant-based and non-GMO, that is easy to take during meals, and is patented with 5 patents issued already and 7 more pending in 5 different countries. So we're going as a direct-to-consumer first, as a dietary supplement, and we're developing this as a food additive to be re-added to the food that we love. Our targets are starting with women from 28 to 54 that are already looking for active solution in weight management and that are already subscribing to a subscription model every month. And we're developing this as like people that are aware to fiber and digestive health and the importance of it for overall health. We have a team with more than 50 years of experience between the nutraceutical space, material sciences, and marketing. And to be noted, our scientific advisor, Robert Lustig, was considered one of the top obesity experts in the world. So as I said, we're going to direct-to-consumer by Q1 2020 to build brand awareness and recognition. And we want to develop this as a food additive, since this is a combination of food additive with co-development partnership with some strategic partners. So CPG brands can create new SKUs for healthier and tastier snacks. So if you want to know more about our science and what we've done so far, please see us at our table upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. I can hand it to you. So this is the halfway point of our startup pitches. Just a gentle reminder to vote for your favorite startup on Lineupper for the People's Choice Award. So our next presenter is a level 1 curling instructor. So please welcome Francesco from Induction Food Systems.
Hi, I'm Francesco with IFS, and we're a startup that's solving big problems in food and beverage manufacturing. How big? Well, $13 billion big. This is the cost of downtime for the top 100 US food and beverage manufacturers per year due to fouling and changeover. Changeover is when you're switching between products or packaging, and fouling is when food gets baked onto the inside of process tubing and requires cleaning, a process that can take hours every day out of your production schedule. And these are only getting worse for this industry. Millennials are driving demand for new flavors, seasonal products, and high-protein foods, meaning more changeover and more fouling for manufacturers to deal with. And we're helping them navigate this new changing market with tech that we first developed for NASA. Conventional heating equipment works by heating from the outside in, by slowly conducting heat to the outside of a tube, which winds up overcooking the food near the heating surface, causing fouling. IFS works by heating from the middle out. By generating mixing and turbulence in the product flow, we can bring fluid foods to temperature 24 times faster, with 10 times more precision, and fouling at literally half the rate of conventional technology. Think of us like the Tesla of industrial fluid heating, a high-performance, all-electric alternative for the next generation of manufacturing. We have 2 product lines, the first of which is our S-Series, which we use for thin fluid foods like sauces and juices, and the K-Series, which is in beta right now, that we use for high-viscosity, thermally sensitive foods, think like syrups or milk, like dairy products. We vetted our technology with industry partners and found significant savings opportunities in various applications. These are some of our results per plant per year for using our technology. Food and beverage is our beachhead, but we've also fielded demand from large adjacent industries like specialty chemical, oil and gas, and personal care. We're ahead of leading university research in this area and our competition in the food production equipment space, boiler technology, and conventional induction heating. We plan to use and leverage our core product into additional revenue streams via licensing and an IoT analytics platform for process control and recipe management. We've got a great team that has a lot of startup experience, as well as regulatory and industry expertise. We have issued US IP on our process, and we now have been through 2 leading accelerators, first Techstars, then Plug and Play Food. We piloted with Cargill this last spring and sold our first system just earlier this month. We're looking for pilot partners beginning in Q1 of 2020, and we're interested in connecting with investors with expertise in manufacturing and hardware in anticipation of around next year. Come talk with Anita or myself after the pitches if you want to hear more about the future of food and beverage manufacturing. Thanks.
Thank you, Francesco. So our next presenter used to be a solar race car driver, which is the first I've heard of it. But please welcome Sri from Hooray Foods.
Thank you, everyone. I couldn't remember what my fun fact was, so I'm excited to relearn that about myself. I'm going to start off with just a tiny bit of audience participation. So I'm going to ask you a question, and if you agree, if you're excited about this idea, you're going to put your arms up in the air, and you're going to go, hooray. You with me? All right. What would you do if I told you you could have delicious plant-based bacon that looks, handles, and tastes just like real bacon? Hooray. Okay, one more time, just a little more enthusiastically. Ready? Hooray. All right, thank you. So at least you know what my company's called and what we make, and that's if you want to stop paying attention, you're good. But for those who want to learn more, there's a little more info back here. So animal agriculture is is the number 2 source of greenhouse gas emissions. And after cows, pigs in the US are number 2. So my aim was to curb this problem. The other thing about pigs is that they're just about as smart as dogs. So I have a dog at home, and I feel bad just leaving him at home for a few hours, let alone the thought of eating him. So let's see if we can get some pigs out of the system. For those of you who are plant-based fans or bacon fans who tried to go plant-based, you know the current products out there don't really quite look like bacon. There's room for improvement, we think. And so I set out in February this year to go on that journey, and after a couple of months, got to a pretty good spot. Our product is soy-free, gluten-free, and most importantly, it tastes like bacon, it handles like bacon, you get the same experience. And you'll get to try it upstairs in a bit. So, as I said, we started in February. A couple months later, got into 2 restaurants in San Francisco. So for those of you who know Plant Cafe, it's a pretty popular spot. It's selling great. In fact, they have 2 BLTs, a meat-based one and a plant-based one, and our plant-based one is outselling the meat-based one. So it's a pretty exciting start. And bacon is a pretty big market itself. In the US, it's almost a $7 billion market. Globally, it's $60 billion. So if we just solve the bacon problem, we can be a really large company. But we have grander ideas. So we have some improvements we want to make on our bacon, but after that, we think that we can use the same process, the same technology to work on other processed meats that are also pork-based. So we think there's a good path here to get a lot of pigs out of our food system. So with me here today is Sam Littman, Chef Sam. You'll meet him upstairs. He started Airbnb's in-house food program, so he knows how to sell a lot of great food or distribute a lot of great food to people. And just this moment, actually a few minutes ago, finally got a wire transfer from our lead investor for our first round. So we just closed our first fundraising round. We're using that to, thank you. We're using that to fund our search for manufacturing, and after that we'll be raising another round to fuel our growth. So most importantly, if you'd like to try it out, come upstairs, have some bacon. We have plenty for everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri. So our next presenter is the best Brazilian tennis player. So I don't know if anyone wants to challenge that, but please welcome Gustavo from Nanox.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gustavo. I am Nanox co-founder and CEO. So there are 2 big concerns on the food industry. The first is food safety. The second is food waste. So how can Nanox help to solve it? So Nanox create a US patent technology using mineral-based materials. We have FDA approval for food contact. And how does it work? Nanox can be added in different kinds of process of plastic, creating a barrier against bacteria and fungus. Our product kills bacteria and fungus. This is one application in wrap film. We add our products in wrap film, and because of this, the packaging stays safe, and we kill bacteria and fungus. So another amazing case is in the dairy industry. In this case, Nanox double the fresh milk shelf life, only add our material on the bottle. So we are based in Brazil, and we raised $1.6 million US. And now we are a corporation audited by Big Fours. We have revenues this year around $1 million. So our team, we have 16 people working in Nanox with different skills in material science, sales, on marketing. And what is the opportunity here? The global antimicrobial market for plastic last year was $30 billion, and US represent 30% of this. The main segments are food packaging and medical device, and these segments are growing for the next 5 years. So to support our global growth, Nanox needed to raise $4.5 million US to apply in sales, marketing, IP, and regulatory, and we will expect to have this forecast in 5 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure to introduce Nanox for you. If you have any question, more details, I am available on the demo table. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gustavo. So our next presenter doesn't think he's fun enough for a fun fact, but we all know that he is. Please welcome Bon from Phyto.
This is what the world increasingly looks like. Metabolic diseases like diabetes and obesity are now considered by international health organizations to be a global epidemic. And the numbers involved are staggering. There's over 1 billion people affected, and the numbers just keep getting worse. Existing medicines and methods to contain these diseases just haven't worked. We need a new approach. We're Phyto, and we think we have that new approach. Essentially, what we do is hack your hormones. We figured out a way to boost the metabolic system to significantly increase the level of metabolic hormones in your body, hormones that you need to balance your metabolic system and restore disease. Now, these hormones have well-known functions and roles in the body. They communicate with the pancreas to release insulin to control blood sugar. They communicate with the brain through the vagus nerve, the gut-brain connection, to control appetite and food intake. And they have a wide range of systemic and therapeutic benefits to the body. Now, here on the left, we have an indication of the huge hormonal range we can get from your metabolic cells. On the right is results of a 2-month study that shows dramatic decreases in key diabetes markers of HbA1c and fasting blood glucose. Now, these results are better than existing diabetes drugs on the market today. Now, the breadth of our technology platform means we can not only create pharmaceutical agents, but we can create highly effective functional foods, medical foods, and nutrition products. Now, these are big markets. There's several competitors, but we believe we have a significant competitive advantage. Think about a Glucerna product for diabetics, but with our ingredients added to actively control your blood sugar rather than just provide passive nutrition. Think about a SlimFast product for dieters, but with technology added that will actually control your appetite for 7 or 8 hours. Now, that's where we need your help. We're looking for a partner that can allow us to fully develop our nutritional product portfolio. We're also raising a seed round of $1.1 million to get into the market, start generating revenue, and continue to build out our IP and product portfolio. We've got the team to pull us together. We combine a leading international authority in diabetes and metabolic diseases with over 20 years of experience in international business strategy and startups. Great board of advisors as well, representing 3 continents and giving us a complete global focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Bon. So our next presenter is a huge hummus fanatic, especially with pita bread and falafel. So we're getting along just fine. So please welcome Tali from InnovoPro.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're not too tired. It's almost the end. I would like to share with you the chickpea protein revolution. So consumers are changing. They're not relying on brands only anymore. They want more. They are reading the ingredient list. And the food and beverage industry are seeking for new ingredients that are functional, sustainable, and of course, sustainability is important to both consumer and for the food and industry. So InnovoPro has a proprietary solution for chickpea protein. Our chickpea protein is highly functional. It's easy to incorporate into product. It is highly soluble, and it's a strong emulsifier. It is highly nutritious with 70% protein, and it enables the creation of clean label products. And of course, what is important most in food product is the taste. And unlike other plant-based protein, the chickpea protein has a very neutral taste. So how does the magic works? By using only 2 to 4% of chickpea protein in a formula, let's say of egg-free mayonnaise, or a non-dairy dessert, or even a vegan ice cream, you can take out unwanted ingredients like modified starches, carrageenan, guar gum, and many more. And what you get is a short list of ingredients. You can see on the left-hand side here, this is a soy-based pudding. And on the right-hand side, you can see our chickpea protein pudding with 6 to 8 ingredients only. And of course, our technology is highly sustainable and has lesser impact than other plant-based extraction options. We work with more than 100 companies so far, global companies, and some of them are on their first stages of trialing with our product. Some of them had already launched product to their market, like a vegan spread in the Czech Republic, or a superfood protein product in the UK. More companies are going to launch soon in Switzerland and in Israel, in the USA, and more. We're working with several global distributors. We are signed with manufacturing partners, and we received this year the Seal of Excellence for our technology from the European Commission. On behalf of the InnovoPro team, I thank you, Plug and Play, for having me here, and you're welcome to my tabletop upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Tali. So our next presenter previously built a smart home device, made his home smart, decided to turn it dumb again when he switched from IoT to media. So please welcome Alex from One World Online.
Thanks, Michelle. Hello, everybody. I believe all companies need to promote their product and services online, and this is very complex, and many times it doesn't work because efficiency of online advertising is very, very questionable. So let's talk about One World Online. The whole ecosystem is kind of at gloomy state because publishers are not happy. They don't place enough advertisement. They're losing up to 40% of their inventory. Users are not happy, and advertisers themselves are not happy. The retention is declining. People switch to social media. They come on less and less to traditional sites. And there's no any incentives for these people. And user experience is pretty bad when you combine articles and advertising. And most importantly, the brands that want to promote their solutions, they don't see results on their investment. They don't see good ROI. How to fix it? I believe that people, first and foremost, should be engaged online, and then their behavior should be analyzed, and then you advertise to them. This is very simple, but that's not how it works, and we want to fix it. So here's an example. You read in an article online, for example, our local client, San Francisco Examiner, and we supplement this nice article, in this case it's about Napa Valley and wine tasting, with a nice interactive tool, which essentially asks a question. It could be a trivia, it could be a quiz, it could be all kind of interesting interactive experiences, and then advertising comes organically on top of it. So as a result, we provide the whole media unit, which is an article, contextual poll, and contextual ad. And of course it works, because now people enjoy this experience, it's relevant, it's targeted, we see increase on time on site, we can see more retention, and much, much better return for advertisement. So here's a case study we recently did with a company from Seattle called Every. You can see traditional banner ads versus interactive. The difference is 9x. Sounds like no-brainer. So that's how you should advertise, interactive ways. The system we built behind the scenes is very sophisticated. We have all kind of formats for the front-end widgets. We have back-end intelligence, including very strong hyper-targeting for advertising networks, and AI to analyze and profile people. And recently, we introduced a loyalty program based on blockchain. So people can be registered into the system and actually earn points by participating. So it all works together. The market is huge, the intersection of online advertising and data, as you all know. And we have many clients on both sides, publishers that deploy our widgets and are part of our network today, as well as the advertisers that used our solution at least once. Some really big names you can see here, and multiple times. Our revenue keeps growing. We crossed 2 million this year, and got a lot of awards, including Inc. 5000 last year in 2018. The team is international. It's spread around US, India, Eastern Europe, and other parts of the world. Differentiation is usually coming from the fact that we open interactive system. People can create their own solutions and raising money. But what happened actually, we had 2 million available when I submitted presentation a week ago, but we just got this 2 million from investors from Florida, so we're done with the round. So don't need any more money, but we do need clients. So we welcome people to try our solution. It's online. You can try it on both sides as a publisher or as an advertiser. And I'll be here, so if you want to talk about true, efficient advertising of your brand, please come to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. So we've actually reached our last presenter. So this next and last presenter is the last player left in Pokemon Go. So please welcome Tom from STEM.
I don't know where she got that from. I certainly did not tell you guys that. Okay, my name is Tom. I'm founder and I'm not the last player on Pokemon Go. I am founder and CEO of STEM. We're a food biotechnology company. We make ingredients that allow mainstream food manufacturers to make cookies, cakes, and candies without the ill health side effects of sugar for the very, very first time. So this is the biggest problem in global public health right now. There are two aspects of the problem that dictate the way we think about it. Firstly, naturalness. Consumers have been wanting low sugar for decades right now, but the era of the artificial sweetener is over. Today, consumers want low sugar, yes, but they want natural or plant-based ingredients first and foremost. Secondly, after decades of trying to solve the problem, the food industry has had many successes, but those successes have commercially been acutely focused on the drink space. Almost all drinks that hit supermarket shelves now are low sugar, reduced sugar, sugar-free. But if you go any other aisle in a supermarket, cookies, cakes, biscuits, chocolates, donuts, pastries, ice creams, everything still rammed full of sugar. Cakes are still 25% sugar, cookies are still 50% sugar. There's a technical reason why this is not possible. Mainstream food manufacturers cannot make cookies without that. This is actually old slides, I realize now. But we can. We can make cakes that are with no sugar whatsoever. So good, in fact, that our investors in our seed round can't tell the difference between chocolate chip muffins made with conventional cane sugar, 25% of the batter is sugar, versus our products with only stem sugar, no cane sugar whatsoever. So what exactly are our ingredients? They're natural, plant-based ingredients comprised entirely of plant-based sugars, but unlike cane or beet sugar, these are low-calorie, low-glycemic, so healthy and diabetic-friendly, and we can make a whole range of different food products from these, experimenting in cookies, cakes, biscuits, candies, etc. Uniquely, we think we can do this at scale, cost competitively with sugar, which we think is the key that's going to open up the mainstream manufactured food industry for the very first time to sugar substitution. That's a product of our process. Our process is highlighted here. I won't go over it, but a key thing about the process is it scales super, super fast. So we've moved from benchtop to 1,000-liter, tens of kilo production in 9 months, and we'll be reaching ton-scale production before our seed round in a few months' time. So benchtop to ton-scale production in less than 12 months. These are old slides, so actually we now have 5 patents pending and 3 more in submission. And not only do we scale fast, we also go to market fast as well. We're working with a range of different companies right now, multinationals, small and medium businesses, restaurants across the US, formulating. We'll be self-affirmed GRAS, so legal to sell across the US early next year, and we'll launch first half of next year. Finally, yeah, these are old slides. Finally, we're raising a round in 6 months' time. If anyone's interested, please come talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So that was our last startup pitch. I really want to give another big round of applause to all 14 startups that presented today. I think they were all great. And we're super happy and excited to have so many wonderful startups as part of the Plug and Play family. So again, we'd like to take 1 to 2 minutes right now to vote for the People's Choice Award in the digital brochure. So that's just a QR code on the back of your name badge. So we'll take 1 to 2 minutes to do that. In the meantime, I'll hand the mic back to Brian to announce the corporate award winner.
All right. Well, thanks for organizing this, Michelle. We're almost done for the day. We just want to announce 2 prizes. So our first is our Corporate Innovation Award, and this goes to the corporation that we work with that has the highest level of engagement. This particular company has attended every deal flow that we have assigned to them. They've brought in their whole C-suite into Plug and Play, and they also recently participated in a functional ingredients meetup on the panel. So we'd like to congratulate Ajinomoto, who's a partner for 2 years, for their engagement with us. They can't be here to accept the prize, so I'm going to accept it for them, if you want to take a picture with me. Yeah, we'll be shipping this to them, I guess. We'll see. Here you go, Allie. Oh,
thank
you. Congratulations. Okay, maybe I can have that other prize. Okay. Secondly, we'd like to announce our startup prize. So this is the Audience Choice Award. This is the startup that received the best votes from our audience. So I hope you guys have all voted. And the award goes to BioLumen. Congratulations. You want to say a word?
I'm shocked, but I'm super happy. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's amazing. We're very excited to take this to market. We've been working on this for the last 7 years, so it's time, and we're ready to make people healthier. So thank you.
All right, and that concludes our session for today. So thanks for attending. Thanks for everyone for making this possible. Please meet the startups afterwards. They will be upstairs. They'll each have a booth where you can go talk to them, learn more about their technologies, and see if there's potential in working together. So thanks again, and enjoy the rest of the show today.
The Sustainability Summit is on the first floor. Please make your way down for the Sustainability Summit. Thank you. The Sustainability Summit is starting on the first floor in 5 minutes. Please make your way down. Thank you. Sustainability Summit, first floor, 5 minutes. Sustainability will be starting now. If you are on the second floor, please make your way down to the first floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. The final session of today is starting on the first floor. It is sustainability. We have some big announcements and some great startups, so please make your way to the first floor. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're about to get started, so if you can please grab your seats, that would be great. This is a very special event, so you know, any laptops, maybe just kind of lower them for right now. But we're very excited about today. So for those that don't know me, my name is Matt Claxton. I'm the Director of Sustainability here at Plug and Play. We have been building sustainability for the last few months, and we're very excited to make a few announcements today and really go through the program. So with that, I want to say welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. So, you know, we started this program because we saw a lot of the kind of environmental issues that we're seeing around the world, whether it's plastic pollution, air pollution, water shortages, especially in Cape Town, that was very famous this last year, and a lot of the fires that we're seeing in Northern and Southern California especially. For those of you who are from the SoCal area, this is becoming a much more, more frequent reality for you. We're seeing this much more every winter, and it's becoming scarier and scarier. So here at Plug and Play, we want to be part of the solutions. We want to be finding the innovative startups from all around the world that can address a lot of these issues that we're seeing. So what we did is we took a look at the UN SDGs. So these are the goals that the UN set during the Paris Climate Agreement, saying, you know what, let's all get unified, let's all come together and set some real benchmarks for everlasting change. And so we took a look at these and we figured out that we can have a direct impact into 12 of them. So whether it's good health and well-being, quality education, clean water and sanitation, clean energy, infrastructure, sustainable communities and living situations, life below water, life on land, and lastly, number 17, partnerships for the goal. And that's really what Plug and Play does. We want to bring startups, corporations, nonprofits, VCs, mentors, and private investors, entrepreneurs everywhere together in order to solve all these goals. And you know what? It really takes a collaborative effort. No one person can do it by themselves. No small group can really do it by themselves. It takes people from all around the world really coming together, collaborating together, and working towards one common goal. So today, I'm proud to announce that we're actually launching 2 new parallel programs here at Plug and Play. So the first one is Plug and Play Sustainable Economy, and then the second one is End Plastic Waste Innovation Platform. So those are 2 different programs that we're going to be running with different focus areas, but we'll be running them in parallel. So I just want to go through the focus areas to see, or to show you how we're addressing a lot of the common environmental issues that you're seeing all around the world, which industries we're looking at, and which industries we can have an everlasting impact into. So the first one is circular economy. We all know we can't keep using our precious resources the way that we are, so we need to start really moving from a linear economy to a circular economy and start utilizing waste and making it into valued goods again. So today we're going to be focusing on green manufacturing, textiles, upcycling, recycling of waste materials, looking at biomaterials. So how can we start utilizing waste agriculture or waste food and turning them into valued goods again? Carbon reduction, so making a lot of our manufacturing, our plants much more cleaner and much more efficient. Zero waste, so how can we capture waste and again upcycle it into valued products again? How can we reduce the amount of waste that's actually being produced at the manufacturing facilities? Sustainable supply chain and modeling and analysis. And what I mean by modeling and analysis is how can we start bringing startups that are doing a lot in climate change modeling? It is a reality that we're seeing, and so we want to bring the innovative startups that are actually taking a look at areas and predicting what those areas will look like in the next year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, so we can effectively and efficiently plan for the future to come. We want to focus on water. Water is a personal passion of mine. I've been in the space for about 8 years now, so I'm very excited that we're going to be launching this initiative that has a strong focus in water. So on the water side, we're looking at water treatment, digitalization, conservation, recycling, and plant process optimization. We feel that the water industry, or at least innovation of it, has been really underutilized and hasn't really had the light that it deserves. So we really want to bring it to the forefront and put Plug and Play's name behind it and bring a lot of very innovative and exciting startups from all around the world in the space on stage in front of you. And that's what we're doing with this program, Sustainable Economy. We're bringing all these exciting startups on stage so that you can see them incorporate them into your manufacturing facilities, into your plants, into your business, and make everlasting and sustainable change. Our second program is our End Plastic Waste program. And so what we're doing is we've looked at the entire plastic value chain, and we said, where can we make a everlasting impact in the world in the plastics? So we're looking at waste collection, so collecting all the plastic waste that we're seeing in an efficient and effective manner. We're looking at waste sorting, so how can we sort it to where it can be properly recycled and turned into valued goods again, or turned into chemical compounds or fuels that people then can use instead of it ending up in landfills. How can we upcycle it, so turn that waste plastic into a valuable good again? Looking at waste material exchange, so who is collecting the plastic, who wants the plastic and turn it into something, and connecting those players together. And lastly, we want to look at river pollution prevention. So how can we prevent plastic waste from ending up in the rivers and ultimately our oceans? We've seen a lot of stuff in the news about all these nonprofits, all these efforts for cleaning up ocean plastic, and we've seen a lot of them haven't really been even touching the plastic waste that's accumulating. They haven't really been making an impact. And so we want to stop it at the source. How can we stop the plastic from actually ending up in our rivers and make this impact? So with that, I'd like to welcome our Chief Revenue Officer, Michael Olmsted, to actually make the announcement that we've all been waiting for. So Michael.
Wow, this is my third time up here today. Welcome, guys. We're really excited about this initiative. For those of you who know me, this is something that I'm very passionate about, sustainability, and I think Saeed shares that passion. We want to be part of the solution, not the problem. And I've had the pleasure of launching 12 different offices and programs around the world, all of which have been amazing, but I think this one definitely takes the cake in terms of my excitement level. And so to add this suspense, I'm going to play a short video before we make the actual announcement.
This is the world we see. This is where we laugh. Where we fall down. And where we get back up. Because the world we see is not the world we know. The world we know finds a way to overcome. And we have the tools. We have the people that can change the world. The world we know is full of pioneers that find new cures. Dreamers that make us fly. Darers who take us to the stars. And innovators who will help us preserve our world for generations to come. Because when we bring together the heroes of today to dream, to build, and help our cities, our communities, and our neighborhoods improve, we can do something truly incredible. Let's be the ones that came together to change the world.
So if that didn't give it away, as of today, we've entered into a partnership with the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. We'll give you a little bit more detail on what that alliance is. But just a quick summary, it is a consortium of 42 large companies that have put up tens of millions of dollars to help end plastic waste. And they've selected Plug and Play to actually launch an innovation platform, which we now name the End Plastic Waste Innovation Platform. Given that this is a global problem, it wasn't enough to just have one location. We've actually decided to launch 3 locations across Europe, Asia, and Silicon Valley. We'll be having 90-day programs in each location. We'll be running 2 programs per hub with a total of 10 startups in each batch, focused on the plastics value chain. As it relates to the selection process, we'll be choosing 5 members of the alliance that represent the plastics value chain who will dictate the technology focus and the selection criteria, and they'll be working with those startups during the 3 months. These programs will be running almost concurrently throughout the year with the ultimate goal of making and putting an end to plastic waste. So to christen this partnership, I'd like to welcome Leslie Hushka from ExxonMobil, Saeed Amidi from Plug and Play, and Omer Gozin from Plug and Play as well, for a quick signing ceremony. And a couple pictures.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's like, as Mike said, it goes full circle. You know, I started my business in 1979, and I did packaging technology and packaging export. Quite frankly, with ExxonMobil, I have been in this business of distributing high-density polyethylene for now 40 years. Luckily enough, most of my bottles are produced in Mexico for milk, juice, and water. And because in Mexico, the garbage collection and the value of the plastic is really high compared to standard of living, over 70% of the bottles are recycled. We hope to reach 100%. But I thought like to mention to you, even back in my home country in Iran, we did plastic PVC compound for shoes, we did polyurethane foam, and quite frankly, as much as I've been in this packaging business, it is incredible product. It preserves our food. It makes it easier to travel. And if we manage it better, like some of the Nordic countries, it would not have a bad reputation because it actually improves lives. You could, or it's my belief, you could not live the way we live without plastic packaging for our food, milk, etc. So when I say I'm going full circle, it is really like Mike said, it is an incredible sort of day in my life because I feel what we have learned to do in this innovation platform for mobility, banking, insurance, supply chain, if we can apply it to plastic waste and find the next Uber or the next Airbnb, even if it is the next Google, I'd be happy, to scale this business and to make a positive impact. And quite frankly, with Leslie and a group of corporations who have done a commitment to this cause, we just need to find the right ideas, the right entrepreneur, and empower them to do a quick pilot with one of our great corporate partners. And then if the pilot works, like we do every day, we do it with about 1,000 startups a year here, we need to put our gas on the pedal, electric car, no, I'm just joking, and sort of take the speed to higher to make a positive impact. Again, please, everybody in the room, join me in this journey. I promise you that it will be fun. We will make a positive impact, and we have to make money with these startups so it is sustainable and it can grow on its own. Thank you so much. My daughter Sophie will be very happy.
Leslie, the mic is yours.
All right. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Jacob Dewar, the new CEO at the Alliance, thank you for this opportunity today. It's always a great team here. Well, it's my pleasure to be here today to represent the Alliance to End Plastic Waste as we begin this exciting new partnership with Plug and Play. Through this effort, we're going to bring together the right people, from startups to some of the world's largest corporations, to find and fund long-term solutions to reduce plastic waste in the environment. Many governments, companies, and civil organizations are looking for ways to address this growing environmental problem. The Alliance to End Plastic Waste was created in January of 2019 to bring together companies from across the globe and across the plastic value chain. We're manufacturers who make plastic products, consumer goods companies who use them in their packaging, recyclers, and waste management companies. The Alliance members are committed to collaborative solutions, as well as undertaking individual company efforts. We're committed to invest $1.5 billion over the next 5 years and develop solutions around 4 pillars: innovation, education, infrastructure, and cleanup. Our approach is to identify solutions that can be scaled up, replicated, and implemented wherever plastic waste is leaking into the environment. We also want to make sure that we're considering new technologies and business models. And that's the value of working with Plug and Play. Your experience and ability to pair innovative, entrepreneurial ideas with the scale and resources of large corporations and investors can help us identify and create the best synergies for success. With this effort, we'll create a pipeline of innovative solutions and opportunities for the Alliance and its members to invest in and in turn drive comprehensive, meaningful change to help end plastic waste in the environment. Our partnership will help us identify, incubate, and deliver the innovative solutions that this global challenge requires. Things like collecting and sorting plastic waste, finding new ways to make recycling and recovering plastics easier, and creating economic value from post-use plastics. There is no single solution. No country, company, or organization can solve this problem on its own. It takes action from everyone, and it will take our best ideas and our collective expertise, resources, and innovative spirit. Through the hubs and Plug and Play will establish here in Silicon Valley and in Paris and in Singapore, we're confident that the Alliance will connect with the best startups and entrepreneurs, and new solutions can be tested and funded. Plastic waste in the environment is unacceptable, but it can be solved if we focus our attention and resources on the best solutions. We need to aim high and look beyond symbolic gestures and commit to significant action to prevent plastic from entering our land or marine environments. We're excited to get started and launch the first accelerator program here in February. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leslie. I can honestly say it is the honor of my life to be helping with this, driving it, and working with all the startups that I'm going to bring on board, working with Leslie and the rest of the Alliance group. I know I can speak for all of us. We couldn't be more thrilled about this collaboration and this joint partnership together to bring all these innovative solutions to really ending our plastic waste. So with that, I'd love to bring our keynote speaker, Priyanka from Reenology up, who will be giving us a speech and is actually a startup that has partnered with the Alliance. So with that, Priyanka.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you so much for having me back to speak at Plug and Play again. As one of the inaugural projects of the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, and as a huge fan of Plug and Play, it's really extremely exciting to see this announcement today. I just wish this had existed a decade ago when I was embarking on these challenges. But collaborations like this really give me tremendous hope that we can solve this problem of ocean plastic pollution in my lifetime. So plastics have become a defining problem of our time. A recent study from the Shelton Group showed that Americans now consider ocean plastic pollution their biggest environmental concern, even more than climate change. The numbers are staggering. We use over 300 million tons of plastic each year, and unfortunately, we only recycle roughly up to 10% of plastics. But it goes beyond just the environmental impacts. There's also human health impacts and poverty impacts. So pictures like this, which you see up here, are unfortunately still common in developing countries such as India. And it was images like this that really prompted me to start on my journey a decade ago as well. But I'm optimistic now, as I was then, that there are solutions, and that even though this might seem like a huge challenge, there really is a huge opportunity here in plastic waste. So you might be wondering, why is the circular economy around plastics broken? Unfortunately, there's not a simple answer to this question, which means there's no magic silver bullet solution. It really goes to all the different parts of the supply chain, how we design plastics to begin with, how we design the collection infrastructure to capture these plastics, and then how we design the end of markets at the end of the life of these plastics to repurpose them into new products. And really what we have to see is how to use innovation and collaboration to fix different parts of the supply chain, which is why I think this partnership's really exciting, because these ventures will be really solving different parts of these supply chains that are currently broken. So what is the right solution, you might be wondering? In recent weeks, there's been a number of headlines that I've been seeing and that have been very interesting to see, of different schools of thought that have been emerging on how to really handle this issue of ocean plastic pollution. So I don't endorse any of these specifically, but I thought it would be interesting just to get a show of hands on each of these approaches. You may be familiar with them, you might not be, on sort of which of these you resonate with and which you might think are, key to the solution. So the first is replacing plastic altogether with alternative materials such as glass, metals, paper. There have been some recent announcements from some of the water brands of replacing plastic bottles with metal cans instead. So just a show of hands, there's no right or wrong answer. Who sort of resonates with this sort of, designing away from plastics to other packaging? Okay, interesting. A few of you. So the second one is a report that came out earlier this month, really sort of encouraging people to support plastic bans and move the world back to sort of more of a reuse model. And since this sort of plastic circular economy is broken, that really we just need to ban plastic. Anyone in the room really sort of resonate with that approach? Okay, a couple of you. Very good. And then the third school of thought is an announcement from Andrew Forrest from the Minderoo Foundation last month, where he was trying to use more of a market-based strategy, which imposes a fee on virgin plastic producers in order to drive demand for recycled plastics. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but does that resonate with any of you as being a potentially good solution? Okay, seems like quite a few more of you. So the purpose of this exercise is just I find it to be just a really interesting philosophical debate of, how different groups are sort of trying to approach this problem, and there's certainly no right or wrong answer. In fact, I think the solution will end up being a combination of approaches. There is, as I mentioned, no one silver bullet to solving this issue. So the approach that we've been taking at Renewlogy and Renew Oceans is very much in line with the Alliance to End Plastic Waste and Plug and Play's collaboration, is that technology and innovation is really key to the solution. And so what we've been working on are advanced recycling technologies, which are known as chemical recycling. Some of you may be familiar with that term. Essentially what chemical recycling is a way to go beyond traditional mechanical recycling to break plastics back down into their basic molecular components in order to make new products such as fuels or petrochemical products, which can be the precursors to making new plastics. And what these technologies allow for is being able to take plastics that may traditionally not be able to get recycled through traditional recycling methods to repurpose them into new products. And countries such as those in Europe are already further ahead in terms of chemical recycling. The big K show in Germany happened this past week, and there were some really exciting announcements on, what is possible with chemical recycling. And I've put some of those up here. Products ranging from laundry detergent to ice cream tubs, which essentially have been made from pyrolysis oil, which comes from end-of-life plastics, which traditionally have either ended up in the landfill or in, worst case scenario, in the environment. So it's really exciting to see that, with what's possible with these new chemical recycling methods. So you might be wondering how the technology works. So what we do at Renewlogy is we take plastics, things like 3 through 7 bales, which are traditionally not necessarily recycled at recycling facilities, and film plastics, flexible packaging, and we shred these down. We put them through an oxygen-free system where we're breaking down the long carbon chains in the plastic into very small carbon chains. So basically the plastic becomes a vapor, which we're cooling to make different products. And roughly 70 to 80% comes out as a liquid fuel. Around 20% will come out as a non-condensable gas, which we recycle to heat the process. And roughly 1 to 5% will end up as an inert char byproduct, whatever remains, which might be the organic material at the end of the process. And what's great about the process is that we can tune it in to make different products. So we can aim for something more of a diesel fuel. We could make more of a mixed fuel at the end of the process. And increasingly, petrochemical companies are looking to partner with companies like us to see if they can take everything at the end of our process to put it back into the front end of their process to make new plastics to really create that circular loop. So from the time we started, I have a picture here of our very first system back in 2011, which we actually built not too far from here in the Lightspeed Venture Incubator. And that was in 2011, just a really small scale system. And now we've been able to set up facilities which can process up to 10 tons per day of plastic waste. They're modular units. We have projects underway currently with Sustain, who I believe you'll be hearing from soon, in Canada, and another one with the city of Phoenix as well. And we're looking to scale these technologies across North America at the 10-ton per day scale. So that's our focus on Renewlogy Energy. We also acknowledge that the supply chain around plastics is fundamentally broken, and so we're also trying to innovate on how to capture more plastic to put through our process. So we've been partnering with Dow and Reynolds on their Hefty Energy Bag program, which is a new way of capturing more plastics from the recycling chain. So in these programs, what they do is they give residents an orange bag, and in that orange bag, they can put all their small form plastics that may traditionally not be captured through recycling, things like chip bags, candy wrappers, that type of material that would never get recycled otherwise. And once the resident fills up that orange bag, they put it in their usual blue recycling bin, and it gets pulled out at the recycling facility and sent to us for processing. So that's another research program and pilot that we're engaged with, which is a really exciting way to capture more plastics out of the traditional residential post-consumer recycling stream. One of our most ambitious projects, which we launched in just this past year, is our Renew Oceans project, which was supported by the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. And it was really something that, last year I was seeing all the headlines on ocean plastics and wondering, what can we as a company do to really address this issue? I felt that North America wasn't really necessarily addressing the issue of ocean plastics, which was really stemming from over 80% enters from Asia. And it was a study that I was reading which is now known as the 10 Rivers Study, which explained that over 90% of plastic coming from rivers came from 10 key rivers, and that's really when the light bulb went off that rivers are really, these 10 key rivers are very key in terms of solving the problem of ocean plastics. And it really gave me hope that to sort of read this, that there's some significant, there's some data here showing where to at least begin the efforts, because I'd heard of efforts to just go to the ocean and start collecting plastic, and it just seemed like it was going to take a long time to figure that out. But by seeing that there are these key rivers that contribute to the majority of the plastics entering from rivers, it gave me a lot of hope that if we really target these key rivers, we could actually significantly have an impact on overall plastic entering the ocean. And we started with the most populous river in the world, the Ganges, known locally in India as Ganga, and launched our project, Renew Ganga. And really our approach is a market-based approach where we have 3 C's, which I'll walk you through. It's our 3 pillars: collection, conversion, and community. And really the key is to create something that's like sustainable and creating local circular economies in this region so that less plastic ends up in the rivers to begin with. So on the collection, we have 2 main approaches to the collection. We have both river-based collection and land-based collection. For the river-based collection, we have these structures known as reef fences, which we've been setting up this year, which basically prevent the plastics from going downstream and entering the ocean. And while they're in that form, they're usually still they're not a microplastic yet, so they can either be used for recycling or conversion into fuel in our process. And the other approach is land-based collection. So what we have is we're piloting a reverse vending machine. It's the first ever reverse vending machine for soft plastics. So most of what we're seeing in the river tends to be not so much these bottles and rigid plastics, because those tend to get recycled. It tends to be things like bags and wrappers. And so by having this reverse vending machine available locally to the residents, instead of putting those materials into the environment, they now have incentives that they can get. And the incentive that we're giving them are discounted rides on an auto rickshaw, which is being driven with the fuel that's being created from the plastics that we're collecting from that reverse vending machine. So it's a really nice local circular economy approach. And we have lots of really great photos of the before and after of our efforts on sort of cleaning up the plastic in the rivers, which is really great to see sort of our impact this year. In terms of the conversion, as I mentioned, we're targeting both these hard plastics, the rigid plastics, and putting those through the traditional mechanical recycling process, and also recovering the soft plastics through Renewlogy's conversion system. And in this case, we're making a diesel fuel which can be used locally in the auto rickshaws to give residents discounted rides based on how much plastic they are putting into that reverse vending machine. And then the third C is community. And this is really key because over time, it really comes down to the community. You can't just sort of put a technology in. You have to have the community really buy into this approach in order for habits to change over time. We don't want to be just sort of collecting the material in the river and have them keep putting it in the river. We have to really change these behaviors. And so how we're doing that is through both education and empowerment. So we've been spending a lot of time in the local schools, teaching them so they can teach others in their community about new habits on how to put the plastics in the right place. And then we're also working with waste pickers. And the majority of waste pickers in these regions tend to be women. So looking at how we can improve their livelihoods as well by formalizing their work. They tend to be informal workers. And really trying to increase the respect in society that they get as well. Unfortunately, most people don't even acknowledge these waste pickers. Most Indians will actually will see a waste picker, but almost not like notice they're alive. And so what we're trying to do is really elevate the role of the waste picker in society and sort of portray them as like an eco-champion to really improve their status in society and the respect they're getting as well. So that's really key to our community engagement approach, is to elevate the status of those waste pickers. So in terms of impact, already this year we've surpassed our goal of diverting over 100,000 pounds of waste from entering the oceans. And we're really proud of that because at the beginning of this year, we started with literally zero team members, and just had to create everything from scratch in India. So it's been a huge feat by the team on the ground, and also engaging over 1,000 community members in our program. For next year, our goals are even more bold, where our aim is to divert over 1 million pounds, and also to be much more active in terms of engaging the local youth and really trying to change behavior through social media as well. So we're really excited about the future of this project, but I think what gives me hope is that if we were able to achieve so much in such a short amount of time, I'm sure all of the innovations coming out of the partnership with the Alliance to End Plastic Waste and Plug and Play, I'm sure the impact's going to be, even more impactful with once taking into account all these other ventures that are going to be launching, which gives me a lot of reasons to be optimistic, and I think we should all be. So some final thoughts. As I mentioned, there's no silver bullet. Not all plastics are created equal. Not all geographies are the same, and so what fits in one geography doesn't necessarily work in another, and that's what we've seen with adapting our business model for Renewalogy in terms of how we do business in North America is obviously very different than in India, and so we really have to innovate around that. Also, in terms of the vision for the future, we really do have to move towards localized, circular, market-based solutions. That really is the key, because once plastics have value, we won't see them in the environment. So that market-based solution is very, very critical. And then the final thing is, we have to keep in mind that paradigm shifts are inherently challenging. There's going to be numerous challenges that startups in this field face, and it usually comes down to regulations that may have to change, financing challenges, market challenges, and that's to be expected because we're trying to do something that's never been done before. So it is an uphill battle, and so what that requires is for all the key stakeholders to really do whatever they can to remove those challenges and contribute their help however they can, because it's not an easy journey for founders like myself on this journey, because it's just every time we enter a new geography, it's always the same issues of regulatory changes that's required, market challenges, financing challenges, and so we really need to create an ecosystem that can support these startups such as ours, because we're really at a point as a planet where we really have no option but to sort of take a chance on these new ideas. So with that, I really encourage you all to do what you can from whatever organization you represent to support these new projects, and hopefully together we can all end plastic waste. Thank you so much.
Of course, yes. Before handing it over to the startup. Priyanka, I am really proud of you. And we need about 100 more people like her, and we'll make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Saeed. I couldn't agree more. And I just want to touch on a few things Priyanka said. I'm a former founder. I've been in this space for the last 8 years, and I've never felt more optimistic than I have before, that we can actually really get stuff done and make a change and make an everlasting impact into the world. So, it's one of the reasons I come to work every day. I come here. I'm very passionate about it. I love it, and I'm just going to be more thrilled to really make an impact into the world. So with that, we have 7 amazing startups that are going to be presenting today. So I'd like to kick it off with Greg from Ecologic. Greg?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Greg Rodriguez, and I am the CEO of Ecologic Brands. We're based in Manteca, California. There's a problem that's happening in America, and we all know it. Just walk down the grocery store aisle, and you see this wall of plastic. It is the CPG companies, consumer packaging goods companies out there, they want a change made. The consumers, the people that buy these groceries every day, head of household consumers, they want a change. And the packaging industry just hasn't done enough, quick enough to really make a difference. And this plastic is prolific, it's everywhere. In 2018, there was a ban by China when they stopped accepting our recycled materials. This was devastating to America's MRF systems, the municipal systems out there collecting this waste, and it really uncovered a real problem in America in that we're just not doing enough to use our recycled material and putting it back in this closed-looped environment. In 2008, a woman by the name of Julie Corbett, my partner, started this company. We focused on this Ecologic bottle and containers, but the bottle that you see here is made from recycled cardboard and discarded paper. We do use a very thin liner in the middle of the bottle. It uses 70 to 80% less plastic, and we also use recycled plastic as well, PHA. But the new bottle that we're introducing here in the next couple of weeks is actually going to use no plastic at all, so we're very excited about that. The bottle is compostable, it's recyclable, and our focus is leveraging the waste stream, using our customers' waste and creating a circular economy. So in the one example I'll give you, L'Oreal, we're actually using their waste, their cardboard, and making paper bottles for them. When you talk about a closed-looped and circular economy, this is how we work. Up at the 12 o'clock, you see the distribution center. That can also be a supermarket. We collect their waste. That waste is shipped to our plant. We use a molded fiber thermoforming process where we make the shell. We integrate that with a liner. We send that bottle to a co-packer or to the customer where they fill it. It gets delivered to the supermarket or distribution center, and that circle starts all over again. From an LCA perspective, we actually do very well. We reduce CO2 emissions by 37%, solid waste by 59%, and energy reduction by 48%. From a market perspective, if you look at the industry in general, currently today there's very little eco-packaging or eco-friendly packaging that's out in the marketplace. It's less than 1%. If we scale down that market of $851 billion to kind of the market that we can address, it's $257 billion opportunity with 472 billion units that could be produced using our technology. We believe in the next 5 years, we will capture 30% of that market. Our customers include Unilever. They have a product, 7th generation, that you probably all know. We introduced with them in 2011. L'Oreal, a division called Seed Phytonutrients, BioClean, Mulaires. We're in 10 countries. We have 37 different issued patents. To give you a little bit of background on some of the tests we've done, the Strauss Family Creamery, it was a test that was done in Oakland in a Whole Foods. We had one shelf facing. It was a 6-week trial. We increased the sale of milk increased sales of milk by 72%. When we launched with 7th generation in 2011, we increased their distribution by 200% in 3 months. They're now sold in 20,000 stores in the U.S., and the overall brand is up by 18% in 24 months and a 6% increase in market share. L'Oreal, the Seed Phytonutrient brand, which is in the marketplace today, we have 2 SKUs, the 250 milliliter and then the 75 milliliter. They have 22 products. They're sold in 2,000 stores in just 18 months. And this is actually novel for L'Oreal, and this is their real first entree into the natural channel. They're sold at Whole Foods, Sephora, Neiman Marcus, Pharmaca. It's been a great story. We've been in the news a lot lately. You can go to our website, ecologicbrands.com. We've been in People, Vogue, Glamour, Fast Company, Allure. We've had some great press. If you look at our business today, we're still a small company, 1.9 million in sales. Over the next 3 years, we expect to be at 21 million in sales. Our current customer base will contribute $7 million to that 21, and then we expect to bring in new customers of about $14 million. We've got a great pipeline. We're raising money, $6 to $8 million currently, and we're looking to launch new formats in a bunch of new sizes. Here's our team. You see Julie Corbett, the president and founder, Rob Daniel, our VP of engineering, and Romeo Graham. And these are some of the bottles we've either introduced or we plan to introduce in the near future. And come see me after the presentation if you'd like to talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we're going to kind of shift gears a little bit towards waste sorting. So with that, I'd like to invite Chris from AMP Robotics. Chris.
Thank you. Yep. Chris Worth from AMP Robotics, as mentioned, VP of Marketing here. And I'm going to take you through kind of a couple different aspects of the circular economy and also where we are targeting. Our primary focus is really the big green button. That's what you got to push. Okay. So start off with a couple stats. So really, if you look at it in the U.S., a third of materials are recycled. This is everything. Plastics is right around 90%. I think it was mentioned previously with cardboard, metals, and these are just what can be recycled. So it's a really a very anemic number, especially when you compare that to other parts of the world. On top of that, there's a measurable value that is lost. Close to $12 billion of what could be recycled is hit in landfill, right? And all that is potential feedstock for the circular economy. From that perspective, the industry on the infrastructure side, when you say the industry, really the collection, sortation, reclamation, and ultimately going back into the circular economy with recycled materials, is facing a number of challenges. And I think you've heard lots of stories about recyclables coming back from China, about national stored, about compressed commodity prices, about actually material recycle facilities and waste management companies pulling out of potentially markets, no longer doing curbside of glass or plastics or others in different parts of the country. And I think the other aspect of that is really all tied to economics. Another kind of stat to throw out there is only about 40% of the U.S. has access to recycling. So that's just access to curbside recycling, and it's predominantly in rural areas where you don't have that. So there is a major need for the infrastructure to change. The other component that comes into just the economics and recycling is a lot of the sortation, a lot of the collection and sortation going through facilities before it actually goes back out for a commodity resale is highly manual. And there's incredible labor shortages, huge turnover, and lots of bottlenecks for a legacy infrastructure that we are tackling. And our focus, again, it's a technology application in order to change the economics on the recycling side. So while our name is robotics or AMP Robotics, we really pride ourselves on the artificial intelligence and computer vision side of the equation. I'll take you a little bit through the tech and how that actually works. This is in a live facility, ultimately, of a conveyor with materials that are coming through. In this instance, it's single stream. So basically, you're having plastics, you're having all sorts of different materials that are coming through a recycling stream, and the complexity in the environment itself is extremely hostile. And this is just kind of a picture of one of the heads that we have that are gripping and placing discrete materials along a commingled stream of recycling. So as we're living in this circular economy and this side of the infrastructure, we're really focused on really three things. One, it is the identification and waste characterization of materials that are coming through. What are those materials? And then ultimately the execution of what can be done with those materials, picking, sorting, placing, and processing. And then really the data capture of what's gone in and what's come out. And that's another major kind of opaque area when it comes to really understanding consumption and recycling. We've talked a lot about plastics and other elements of recycling. We also are focused on construction and demolition, electronic waste. A key thing on electronic waste is about 80% of electronic waste is not recycled. So there's other streams that are out there that are relevant to be spoken to. How the tech works, ultimately, we have AI that's basically taking in millions of images through visual capture and processing that into data. seeing all the different contortions of what a plastic milk bottle might be, or what a piece of PET or HDPE might be coming through, again, from a visual standpoint. And then ultimately communicating with a piece of hardware, in this instance, in this particular application we have today, a Delta robot that's picking and placing these materials. So AI is really and the computer vision is really at the heart of our system. And this is where our primary IP is on AmpNeuron, which we call it, which is really the beyond the eyes, but really the brain of the system that's identifying waste characterization, and ultimately then informing robots on how they execute. I mentioned a little bit about data. So data, everything that we're collecting, whether it's being recycled or whether it's not, we're identifying what that is. And that's incredibly critical for feedback loops to CPGs and ultimately the traceability that we feel that we can create within the marketplace. It's a vision of a visual of the actual system, overall system. And then from a commercialization standpoint, we launched with our first prototypes in 2016, 2017. We're in full commercial production across the United States, and then rapidly expanding. We just announced 14 robots that went into a waste facility in Sarasota, Florida, marketing arguably one of the most automated facilities in the US. Fair amount of press about us, and then don't have time for that story, but I'll tell you that one later. It's actually a pretty good one. And ultimately, the whole point here is that the technology really is now just ultimately starting to get its feet underneath it as we get more and more adaptation and adoption from the marketplace itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. It's actually amazing to see their machine operate in person. It's been incredible to see their progress and their growth. So I'd like to welcome our next startup, Peter from Sustain. Peter.
Great, thanks, Matt. I was flying out here from Nova Scotia yesterday, and just looking out that window seat down at our beautiful land between Canada and US, and but it reminded me, when you zoom in, it's not quite so perfect. Lots of scenes. We saw scenes in previous presentations of waste. And plastic is very topical, and rightfully so. But the problem is not just plastic. There's a lot of material that goes through our society. 7.7 billion people, we've just ticked over that number. 2.5 billion tons of waste get generated by those folks. We call it waste, but is it really waste? It's resources. At Sustain, we believe that is something that should not be wasted. We believe that landfills should be obliterated. Anybody here thinks landfill is a sustainable solution for the future? Okay, this is the right crowd. I'm in the right place. The other bad news is that greenhouse gas generation from municipal solid waste, it's in the 20% range, and we can turn that around. Sustain Technologies, we're a Nova Scotia-based company. We've created a system for systematically separating municipal solid waste in a way that can disrupt and eliminate landfills permanently. We can do it cheaper than landfilling with significant margins, and with this process we can turn back 10% minimum greenhouse gas for at a global scale, if we can roll this out globally. Our first commercial plant's coming online in Nova Scotia. We're using Renewalogy's process, Priyanka's right here, for a portion of our process, which is the plastic to liquid fuel. How do we do it? Separation. We spent many years developing a process where we can cook and screen and clean. I'm going to show you a short video in a minute about how we do that. We're moving towards, today we make fuel products, but we're moving towards carbon sequestration of the biogenic fraction and pyrolysis of the liquid, of the plastic to liquid fuels. With that, we can reduce CO2 emissions by 1.35 tons CO2 per capita per year. Metals recycling, that's the easy part. Plastic to diesel, Renewalogy is one of the players in that field. Clean biomass fuel, that's a new product. That's never been done before. Over 90% of that trash we can recycle into products with our process. What's the real breakthrough? It's clean. We can make clean products for the first time from municipal solid waste at high efficiency. Burning plastic is a really bad idea. It's been done in the past, and we can extract 2 times the energy value from that material. This is a video of our plant in Nova Scotia. It's coming online right now. We take regular trash, shred it, cook it. I'm an old pulp and paper guy, so I understand how to cook things, particularly biogenic material. Goes through about a 1-hour process at a certain temperature and mechanical action. Now everything is debonded, and we can screen it. We go through 14 different stages of cleaning and separation. This is a stage where we're separating the good plastic. Plastic is roughly 20% of the garbage. The process is fully automated. We employ about 25 people in the plant. So how can we move the needle so far on greenhouse gas? How is that possible? It turns out methane, I guess you say methane here, is a really bad greenhouse gas. And so we eliminate that as we eliminate the landfill. On top of that, by replacing fossil fuels with our sustainable, biogenic, carbon neutral biomass, that's another big benefit. Where are we as a company? About 10 years of R&D, piloting, and testing. Somebody mentioned before that garbage is difficult. It is difficult, I can tell you. We've had to solve many problems over those years. We are into commercialization. Our first plant's coming online now. We have a significant pipeline of projects, but really our focus is capability development. We need to partner with companies that can help us build the capabilities to scale this process so that we can go fast, because by going fast, we can really make a difference. So that's our passion at Sustain. We're an experienced team, unlike some of the startups here. I mean, we're hiring young people now. It's a lot of fun, but we have a lot of experience. I'm 35, I guess close to 40 years in industry now, pulp and paper. It turns out knowing how to make paper and packaging is kind of important to learning how to unmake it. That's one of the things we're learning. Javier is our Chief Technical Officer. He's based in Spain. We've raised some money, about $8 million to date, in a couple of rounds, and we're financed, but we are entering into a $20 million round right now to help us grow the company and get this technology out there. What we're doing is not sustainable. We have to do things differently. That's our passion at Sustain. We can't continue to put this garbage in the ground and think of it as garbage. It's a real resource. We can do it at a lower cost than landfilling with this process, and we want to go there fast so that we can make a change and turn back this greenhouse gas crisis that we're in. We have other transformative technologies in the pipeline. Come upstairs and talk to us about them. One is around regenerative agriculture and biochar. Turns out our biomass is around 70% carbon, makes a really nice biochar, and also sustainable protein. I appreciate your time, and come upstairs and talk. We've got samples. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. As Peter mentioned, all the startups will be upstairs. There are demo tables up there, so please go see them after this. So with that, I'd like to bring our next startup, Kristen from Radical Plastics. Kristen.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for staying awake. I appreciate it. I'm Kristen Taylor, CEO and co-founder of Radical Plastics. We are a Boston-based startup, or startup, as we say in Boston, and we are commercializing a radical solution to plastic pollution. And I'm going to start by telling you something you've heard a lot about today. The plastics are amazing. They are strong, lightweight, cost-effective materials that have really transformed our daily lives, and that's why it's a $650 billion industry. But plastics have a problem. They don't go away. It's estimated that around 80% of all plastics that have ever been produced are still here. And it's the persistence of plastics that makes them so awful for our environment. We make around 380 million tons of plastic every single year, and around a quarter of that is packaging. We do our best to put the right thing in the right bin, but ultimately all of our collection systems are leaky, and over 8 million tons of plastic ends up in our oceans every single year. And to give you an idea of what that looks like, 8 million tons of plastic, that is 5 grocery bags full of plastic trash for every single foot of coastline around the globe, every single year. This is a problem that requires a radical solution. At Radical Plastics, we have developed a patented catalyst made from a waste material from the mining industry called fine mineral matter. We take this catalyst and we blend it around 0.5 to 2% with conventional plastics to create plastic compounds that are fully biodegradable in the environment. Now, we can control the onset of degradation and the rate of degradation by controlling all of the components in these pellets. And because it's made from regular plastic, it can be recycled. So it supports the circular economy. So this stuff looks and acts like regular plastic, but if it does leak into the environment, it would undergo a two-stage degradation process. Our catalyst facilitates the first stage, where it's a free radical reaction that takes these long polymer chains and brings them down to very, very small polymer chains, and it also adds oxygen groups onto the backbone of the polymer, turning it essentially into a biodegradable wax. This then triggers the second stage of biodegradation, which is the microbes in the environment. They see this material as a food source, and they can metabolize it, turning it back into biomass, CO2, and water. So our initial target market for this material is in agriculture, where we heard today from Mark, farmers spend over $4 billion a year on this plastic mulch film, most of which is non-degradable polyethylene. So at the end of the season, farmers have to pay to have all of this film collected and disposed of, usually through incineration. If they used mulch film made from our resin, they could till it back into the soil where it would biodegrade before the next growing season. Not only would this save them time and money, but by eliminating that really important incineration step, we are reducing the greenhouse gas emissions by over 50%. So the supply chain for mulch film is pretty basic, and I'll show you where we fit and why we chose that entry point. We're buying base resins from all the major suppliers, and we are working with a toll compounder to produce our formulations. We're selling these fully formulated pellets to film extruders who manufacture the film and sell through distribution to the farming community. So a few reasons why we chose this entry point into the market. First of all, it's a capital light approach. We are just taking advantage of existing capacity and compounding, but also by controlling all of the ingredients in that pellet, we can control the performance of the material. So we expect to launch in agriculture in 2020. It's a perfect market for us to prove out this technology. But then soon after, we will expand into packaging. And packaging is a $150 billion market with a very urgent and a very visible problem. We're providing a drop-in replacement solution for conventional plastics. It has the same properties, it can be produced around the same cost, but it has the added benefit of complete biodegradability. So when we think about packaging, we think reduce, reuse, recycle. Absolutely. And let's start redesigning these materials so that if they do leak into the environment, they don't persist for hundreds of years past their useful life. So who better to do this than plastics professionals? We have each over 25 years in this market. I actually spent the first half of my career with ExxonMobil. Each of us are veterans of this industry. And as plastics professionals, we are so excited to hear about the announcement today and to see all of these companies, 42 companies from across the supply chain, looking at innovative ways to tackle the plastics pollution problem. We believe that the Radical Plastics technology can contribute greatly to this effort. Because we're starting out small, but we think that this radical biodegradable technology could make a cleaner and greener world for all of us. Your time is valuable, and I thank you for sharing it with me.
Great job. It's very exciting to see the technology and what they're working on, and I couldn't agree more. We need to start thinking about how to redesign some of these materials and these plastics to make them much more environmentally friendly. So we're a little over halfway through with our startups. Again, they all have demo tables upstairs, and there is a networking portion directly after this on the second floor in the patio. So with that, I'd like to keep it going with Robert from Genesis Biotechnologies.
At Genesis, we're crafting a world made by bacteria. Our society is heavily dependent on petrochemicals. From the clothing you're wearing to food packaging, it's all made of fossil fuels. And a lot of this material is ending up in the natural environment. And with plastic production expected to quadruple over the next 30 years, we need a solution to fundamentally phase out petrochemicals from plastics production. So meet PHAs. They're a natural polymer produced in bacteria as a storage mechanism. They're fully bio-based, cutting out petrochemicals from plastics. They have superior properties to traditional plastics, and they're home compostable, recyclable, and marine biodegradable in under a year. The one problem is that they're traditionally too expensive to produce. And why is that? It's because other companies are using agricultural feedstocks, which are highly resource intensive and expensive. And at Genesis, we found a way to solve this. By using food waste as an input, we're able to reduce the production cost of PHAs by at least 40%. So how exactly does our technology work? Well, we work with waste management companies. We actually get paid to take food waste from them, and using a proprietary process and specialized bacteria, we convert it into PHA bioplastics 3 times faster than anyone else. We have a licensing model that allows us to scale. We specifically partner with chemical companies because of their existing infrastructure, as well as waste management companies because they centralize the collection. And in addition to significant cost savings, we're able to reduce carbon emissions of plastics production by 80%. By using a waste stream, as well as having end-of-life solutions to our polymers, we close the circular loop. And finally, unlike traditional plastics, which biodegrade into billions of microplastics, our biopolymer is consumed by bacteria in the natural environment. We're able to tailor the structure of our polymers to give it a variety of functionalities, from more rigid plastics to more flexible ones, mimicking polyethylene and polypropylene. And some of the other properties we have are biocompatibility. PHA has been used in medical applications. It's safe for humans. Thermoresistance, obviously, in food packaging, as well as UV resistance in cosmetics. This is a cool story. We've actually scaled up in just over 2 years from a set of rice cookers to a 4,000 square foot production facility. In that time, we've established patents, world-class partnerships, and recently closed a $4.5 million seed round. This past year, we've also had some significant sales traction with our first licensing deal. We've established $1 million in purchase orders, as well as 4 million LOIs. Sodexo is one of our major partners, and one recent pilot project we did is we collected 5,000 pounds of food waste from this cafeteria at Campbell's factory, and we produced enough PHAs to produce about 10,000 equivalent spoons. And we also had a significant carbon reduction in that process too. So we have research partnerships established throughout our whole chain, from the fermentation process to the biopolymer processing. We're a Toronto-based company, so we're established with UFT as well as the National Research Council. We've had significant validation. We won BASF's first Innovation Challenge. We're also the youngest team in Canada to receive funding from SDTC. And yes, we have been pretty successful in the past, and I attribute that fully to our team. Our founder, born in China, has 2 successful startups in the past. Our science team has a bunch of publications, as well as significant lab experience, as well as our engineering team is highly experienced as well, winning a number of awards. And I'll have to say, our team's probably one of the most diverse you're going to meet. We probably speak over about 10 languages together. We also have a significant backing from our advisory board, from plastics production to waste management to big restaurant conglomerates to big technical companies. We really have it all covered there. At the moment, we're exploring R&D partnerships, working with bacteria to use multiple different feedstocks, working with companies to develop ideal biopolymers for their applications, as well as scale-up projects. Using our SynBio platform, our goal is to improve the efficiency of our bacteria, to reduce the cost of production of PHAs by about 65%. And by leveraging the metabolic pathways of bacteria, we can produce premium chemicals from renewable feedstocks at an affordable price. So at Genesis, we say we're building the next gen building blocks of this world and crafting a world made by bacteria. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and congratulations on the award in Canada. That's amazing. So we're on our final 2 startups. So with that, I'd like to welcome Greg from Precision Waste Conversion. Greg?
Carbon True is a joint venture between our company and Precision Waste. And we also have a conversion technology like Rhenology. Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah. Anyway, I admire what you're doing. We're money-grubbing capitalists, though, and our main purpose in life is to take waste streams, carbon-based waste streams, and turn it into an internal rate of return that's over 30%, using waste materials and turn it into valuable resources. So our technology has been developed over 20 years, $20 million, a lot of heartache. We're in our 6th patent position, and we've hired some of the best in the world. Tetra Tech in Montrose, for instance, did a source test for us in our plant in Oregon in December. We're the only pyrolysis technology that I know of in the state of California that has successfully passed the air emissions in the state of California, which is, we're able to be permitted anywhere in the world. That's the bottom line of that. Let me go back to that. At the bottom, you'll see that we have, for R&D, we have partnerships, created agreements with some of the top federal labs in the country. One of them, the USDA, Dr. Novak is with us. He is the preeminent carbon specialist in the world, along with Dr. Lehman at Cornell University. They're both on the same page. They both believe in biochar compositions that are designed and engineered for specific purposes. That's our main emphasis there. But for today, we're going to, California GREET model. It's another DOE program. Basically, we're good for the environment. And today we're going to just talk about plastics, because that's why the sustainability issue is up today. This is our Oregon plant. It is a 12-ton per day piece of equipment. It's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week technology. It is, this one is a half a ton an hour. The plant that we're putting into California is, we're using a 50-ton per day model that's processing 100 tons a day to start off with. We'll add another 500 tons a day in year 2. Basically, it's a fast pyrolysis system, and if you want to look at it in some sort of a logical basis, that means that what the Earth has done for biomass materials over 2 million years or so, we can do in a couple of minutes. So we're market-driven. We have strategic partners, some of the largest in the world, working with us, primarily in the agricultural industry. This is a plant for Carbon True in Florida. At the bottom here, this is simple process flow design. And basically, it's materials go into the pyrolysis unit. The syngas goes up, the carbon material goes down, and then we take that to market. So with our company, we have internal carbon specialists, so that if we're doing a joint venture, or you just want to buy the equipment, or that sort of thing, we guarantee the sale of the carbon, for instance. So this is basically the throughput here. Bio-oils, like previously described. The carbon black for plastics is it's a minimum of 82 cents a pound. This is a landfill diagram. I'm an old plastics guy. I owned and operated a plastics firm in in California. And the reason I'm doing this now is because I was looking for a virtual landfill. Literally, I was getting my ass kicked by the big guys. So this was a matter of survival for me. But if you think about the end of a recycling process, the end of a MRF, we take those materials, those are natural resource materials, like Peter was describing, and why put it into the landfill? Why not make some beneficial product out of it? So in this case, plastics goes to pyrolysis, goes to carbon black, and down here, the syngas goes into another process. We can make bio-oils, or depending on the volume, we can start refining that into some sort of a drop-in fuel. So good luck reading that. But this is basically how we deploy a project. And that's it.
Great job. So with that, we're on our last startup. So I'd like to welcome Deepak from Biolysis. Please.
Thank you. I'm the last one here. Let's kick the leg a little bit, get the blood flowing. Been sitting for a while. And we have the exciting networking event coming up later. So I'll love to see you at the table there. Visolis is a biology company, and I'm happy to share the stage here. Priyanka, we met, many years ago at MIT, right? So great to see you again, and the progress here, congratulations. Visolis, we're a biology company, you've heard. Software is eating the world, and that's true, and that's because of the last 100 years of innovation. The next 100 years of innovation, I like to say biology is building the world. And that's what Visolis is all about. We have a stellar team of 20 people, slightly dated, sorry, 20 people in Bay Area here and in Netherlands, 100+ years of combined experience, and luminaries in the industry of synthetic biology, green chemistry, and process. What we essentially do is marry the latest innovations in synthetic biology with our 100 years of experience in chemical catalysis. And the back end of all this integration is high-throughput screening and AI, which enables this seamless integration of innovations from the past with the innovations for the future. And I'll go into the detail with one particular example here. Our first platform, think of it as a manufacturing platform, just like historically, from petrochemical standpoint, we came up with ethylene, propylene as our building blocks, platforms to build new molecules, new polymers. This is a bio-based platform molecule which can go into a range of different applications and can be produced from a range of different raw materials. And these applications range all the way from green solvents to high-performance polymers, materials, fragrances. We can produce this platform molecule from a range of different inputs, be it waste, food waste, just CO2 and hydrogen coming from air and electricity, or from first-generation sugars from corn and sugarcane. And with our innovation manufacturing platform, we're able to take this intermediate produced specifically through fermentation with near theoretical efficiency and convert it into a range of different products using catalysis. And given the theme of today's evening, we'll focus on one specific one, this new green solvent we have developed. It's bio-based, biodegradable, very good toxicity profile related to what's there on market. And what it replaces are very toxic solvents like dichloromethane, NMP. Just for reference, dichloromethane is there in your paint strippers, and there are more than 200 deaths per year because of poisoning from dichloromethane. And this is a new solution for that problem, replacing these high-performance solvents with something which is more sustainable and healthy. With this specific molecule, what we are able to do is selectively take out impurities from very high performance polymers and get them back to almost virgin grade quality. The image here you see is of mixed polycarbonate coming in. It has mixture from electronic waste, from automotive waste. It has fillers, pigments, whatnot in it. Through our process, we're able to turn this mixture into clean, almost virgin grade polymer. And what we're talking about is these are high performance polymers. Polyethylene is the bulk volume chemical polymer we have been talking about so far. With our approach, we're able to convert a lot of very high performance polymers. These polymers sell for 2 to 10 times the value of polyethylene, polypropylene. And they are extremely high performance. What that also means is they're extremely durable, much, much more than the bulk polymers. And they're used in very high-end applications. Your phone, your laptops, your cars, that's where these polymers go. And there is no end-of-life current recycling processes for them because they're compounded and have a lot of other junk in it. With our approach, we're able to turn them into almost virgin-grade products. So if you have interest in any of these polymers, come talk to us. What we are doing right now is transitioning this from early stage R&D to pilot scale over the next 18 months, and then commercial scale deployment soon after that. We have good engagement from leading brand names who are interested in these high performance polymers in their products. So we are looking to engage with the entire supply chain and alliances here to bring renewable polycarbonate specifically to market in the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that is the last startup of the night. But can we just give another round of applause for all the startups? So next, I'd actually like to invite our CEO, Saeed Sustainability Amidi, to come on stage.
Thank you so much, Matt. This is a great day, and quite frankly, like there is one of my favorite movie, I think it's called McGuire, and the guy is leaving his company and he says, "Who is with me? Who is with me?" Have you guys remember that movie? And nobody goes with him except the fish. Then finally one girl joins him. But generally, I would love to have a show of hand from the people in the room who would like to join us in this journey together, who would like to contribute, mentor, work with our startups, and make this a great success. Can you please take a picture? I want record. No, if I can tell you, I think we have started 16 platforms here. And then when they are successful, we take them to Paris, Singapore, or Beijing. And I can tell you around this subject, we have not seen this much passion before. You know, I've been in the plastic business personally for 40 years, and this recycling, you know, hype comes and goes every 10 years. You know, the selecting different colors, plastic, different products, but somehow deep down in my heart and in my mind, I think this one is for real. You know, again, I don't mean marketing like people say we're going to do this much recycling, this much renewal. I like marketing too, but I really feel we could build scalable recycling. I learned a lot of new stuff, turning it to monomer again and biofuels. I really think this time is real. And we are with Matt and Omar and Mike. I don't know if you are here. Can you please join me on the stage? We really like the startups showed their team. Omar is a PhD in chemical engineering, as well as an MBA, I believe. And Matt, I forgot your education. So.
Chemical engineer by trade. I've been working in the sustainability space for 8 years, 2 years at NASA, 2.5 years running my own company, and now I've been Plug and Play for about a year now.
So So now I have to have you to give you a little bit of background.
Well, I've been with the company with Plug and Play for 2.5 years. As Said said, I studied chemical engineering, and as Said said, I've been a fan of further education. So in the science field, but then also wanted to complete my education by getting an MBA. I think this has all prepared me for this job that we're having here. And we always talk about this because it doesn't feel like a job if you're doing something that you love. You know, I always talk about this. I sometimes repeat myself that I was collecting plastic waste when I was having my honeymoon, and everybody was making fun of me. So, and I always tell them that I'm doing this so that my grandchildren won't have to be doing that. So that's a short summary of my background.
So again, you know, we are looking for new team members for here, for Singapore, for Paris. So if anybody is super passionate about this and contribute to this journey, please let Matt or Omar know. And here is Mike. So Mike, you have to tell a little bit of your background too.
Okay. So I have an interesting background. So I started actually as an intern for Plug and Play 9 years ago. And I went to high school with Saeed's son, and so he knew what a crazy person I was in high school. And so I was asking Sina if I could get an internship, and he basically said, no, Saeed thinks you're a shithead. And so I caught him in the parking lot one day and begged him, and he finally let me join as a summer intern. And my first day on the job, Saeed told all the 50 interns that were there, we were fired unless we got a job with the startup in the building by the end of the day. And so that's how I was introduced to Plug and Play. Luckily, I found a job with a startup and was able to work for them in the mornings and for Plug and Play in the afternoons. And that's when I really decided that I wanted to be in Silicon Valley and involved in venture and working with startups for the rest of my life. And I haven't left since. And it's been an amazing ride. I was fortunate enough to be the founder of our first industry-specific program, which was the brand and retail program. And that model obviously has now scaled across 18 different industries, 33 different cities across 15 countries, and has all come to a head today where it's actually brought my next passion, which is sustainability, kind of together with my professional career. So it's been an amazing ride, and I wanted to just extend an invitation to you guys as it relates to the Alliance to End Plastic Waste partnership. We are currently recruiting new members for the Alliance. And this is something that we're really passionate about, and I think you guys should be too. So for those of you who are joining us for dinner tonight, I'd love to have a conversation with Leslie and see if you guys can participate, because this isn't just about doing well, this is about doing good. And if we can combine those two things, then I think that's pretty powerful. So thank you so much.
Wonderful. Woo! So with that, again, I wanted to thank Leslie and the whole team to having trusted in us to go on this journey together. It is, I always tell my colleagues, it's easy to announce things. It's much harder to execute. But we really look forward to everybody contributing through this execution. And again, I love the startups pitching. I think if we find the right team and the right technology, then we have to put money behind it, scale it, because as everybody said during their presentation, time is of the essence, and I'm getting old, so we need to have an impact soon. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Saeed and Michael and Omer. I really appreciate that. So with that, we have networking upstairs, and then we have a dinner starting at 5. If you have questions about the new program, please come see either myself, Omer, or Mike, and we'd be happy to tell you about it. And thank you so much for coming.